Fox 40, celebrating a decade of the Fox 40 U Sports Coach of the Year program. Fier partenaire des prix de l'entraîneur de l'année U Sport depuis 10 ans. Veraburn, medical supply partner of varsity athletics since 1976. Partenaire de sport universitaire depuis 1979. The Government of Canada. Le gouvernement du Canada. Discover Saskatoon. Let's come together and discover Saskatoon. Ensemble, découvrons Saskatoon. And by Fun. Shop and save for your next car today at fun.com. That's fun with 2 F's. Magasinez votre prochain véhicule dès aujourd'hui à fun.com. C'est fun avec 2 F.
Welcome everyone back to the 2023 U Sports Championship. We're here at the Saskatoon Fieldhouse. I'm Alex here, and I'm here with my co-host Astrid Niame. And lucky us, we're about to see the 60-meter hurdles, and that's your specialty, Astrid.
That's
what can
right.
you tell us about this race?
That's right, the 60-meter hurdles, my bread and butter. One of the events that I really grew to love. This is heat 1 of 2, the women's 60-meter hurdles.
We had a slight delay in the departure, but now let's keep our eyes on Tyra Bogue of the Guelph Griffins. Best seed time coming in. Next to her teammate Kendra Leger, 8:20 and 8:35 respectively. These are the heats. And they're off. It's a good start by Bogue. Leger as well. Joely Welburn, the bronze medalist last night in pentathlon, follows, but it's going to be Kendra Leger, I think. Astrid, you have the eye for the hurdles. Is that what you saw?
That's exactly what I saw. An excellent execution there by Kendra Leger. The last couple hurdles pulling ahead. We will see that time coming up unofficially, but officially now in an 8:32. Great qualification time in the heats.
8:32. That eclipses her season's best of 8:35. So Kendra Leger, a Welland, Ontario product, competing for Guelph, a criminal justice and public policy student, and a mainstay at these competitions, once again brought her A game to the national championships.
That's right, she'll be happy with that performance. She was part of the Guelph conference sweep. That was Tyra Bogue, OUA gold medalist, followed by her teammate, Adenike Abendun, silver medalist at OUAs, and then Kendra Leger, the OUA bronze medalist, but now crosses the finish line first in the first heat.
And third in this heat was none other than Joely Welburn. We saw her all of yesterday. The women's pentathlon, a really good 800-meter run, propelled her to third place and onto the podium right at the end of the day. So a good weekend continues for the Regina Cougar.
That's right, and I had a moment to catch up with Joely before her hurdles. That 800 that she ran last night was a personal best and was good enough for her to claim that silver medal position in the women's pentathlon.
Wow, so great first heat of 2. That we saw yesterday. Sienna McDonald will be in this heat. So McDonald had a rough finish to her pentathlon, but a fantastic showing in the 60-meter hurdles inside of the pentathlon. Astrid, you're actually the record holder in that event, the 60-meter hurdles inside of the pentathlon with a time of 8:45. McDonald, she gave you a scare. She ran it in 8:46. Let's see what she has today.
And now we'll be seeing heat 2 of the women's 60-meter hurdle heats. In lane 2 there, Molly St. Germain from Sherbrooke. Lane 3, Sienna McDonald, the Calgary Dino pentathlete. Lane 4, the defending champion, 2-time CanWest gold medalist, Katharina Klutz. Lane 5, Adenike Abendun, the Guelph Griffin, part of the conference sweep 2 weekends ago. Lane 6, Timmy Adelugba, bronze medalist at these championships last year, rounding out the field with Rachel Watson of the Western Mustangs. Watch for Katharina Klutz from the Alberta Pandas in lane 4.
And they're off, and that's a really good start by Klutz in lane number 4, already putting a gap on Sienna McDonald. She's charging, and finally a challenge by Molly Saint-Germain of Sherbrooke in that lane number 2, but I think Klutz held on to it to the end, which wouldn't be a surprise. The seat time of 8:27, Klutz came in as your favorite. Let's see how her time stacks up against the other heat.
And Klutz taking the first auto qualifying spot, crossing the line first in a time of 8:34. And I actually think she clipped a hurdle in this race, still clocking a fast time of 8:34. So we will see her again in the women's final. The women's 60-meter hurdle final taking place this afternoon at 5:30 p.m.
So that's not much time to rest. Less than an hour. And this final comprising the top 3 finishers of each of those last 2 heats we just watched, plus the 2 next fastest times.
And on the track now, the hurdles are being moved up, and the spacing will be changed as well. Now the men's 60-meter hurdles. These will be the heats, and we'll be running 2 heats.
We'll see at least one familiar face. Cameron Bruce will take a break from trying to win the men's heptathlon to race in these hurdles. Now this is such a challenging schedule for him tonight, having to go through the pole vault, taking a break from the pole vault, racing the 60 hurdles heats, coming back to race the finals, and then back again on the track at 8:45 tonight.
Cameron Bruce ranked 3rd in the men's individual 60-meter hurdles, the OUA bronze medalist 2 weekends ago in that event.
And Bruce will have a tough heat to contend against the favorite, at least in terms of seat times, Craig Thorne from the Guelph Griffins. He'll be in lane number 4 of this first heat. Thorne, a Quispamsis, New Brunswick native, showed great form this summer at the Canada Summer Games, where he took the win, competing for New Brunswick over 110 hurdles. And let's see if he can replicate that over a shorter distance. Thorne, who's now relatively young, but no stranger to these U Sport events. He's last year's silver medalist, just missed out on that gold medal, but now twice a OUA winner, OUA champion 2022, 2023, has brought many points to the Griffins, the psychology student. So we'll see how he stacks up against his OUA rival, Bruce. And in the last few years, Astrid, it seems like the OUA really dominated these hurdles competitions, at least on the men's side. And I wonder why that is.
An incredible showing by a lot of these OUA hurdlers. With the men's hurdles, currently 5 athletes with times under 8 seconds. A very competitive field.
Now we've entered the realm of simultaneous competitions. Pole vault happening on the field, 60 meters on the track. Here are a few highlights of the men's heptathlon. 6th of 7 events is the pole vault. Here's Cameron Bruce, who sailed over the bar for U of T. He was your competition leader before the start of the pole vault. Max Mazerol also found his own, the AUS champion, hopping over that bar. And that competition continues.
That's right. Right now, the bar is at 385. A lot more competitors joining the field. Jake Neufeld of the Saskatchewan Huskies, and a good clearance.
And we're cutting back to the men's 60-meter hurdles. Heat 1 of 2. As mentioned, Craig Thorne in lane number 4. We're keeping an eye on him. He's your favorite. He's run as fast as 7:78 this year. That's no joke. Flanking him, though, are 2 other sub-8 athletes. Antoine Lebrun du Varior de l'Université de Sherbrooke, couru 7:94 cette année, 7:94 this year. And in lane number 5, Cameron Bruce of the Toronto Varsity Blues. We've seen him quite a bit, as we mentioned, taking a break from the heptathlon. He was your competition leader not long ago, to run the 60 hurdles heats and then get back to the pole vault. So he's run 7:93 so far this year. Thomas Heidel, lane number 1, Regina Cougars. Lane 2, Justin Rose of the Alberta Golden Bears. And in 6 and 7, Émile Lapointe des Carabins Montréal and Matt McGillivray of the Guelph Griffins. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a tight one down the middle.
Watch for Craig Thorne from the Guelph Griffins in lane 4, coming into this competition with a time of 7:78.
And it's a clean start. Thorne starting off well. Bruce trying to make up the gap, but Thorne is pulling away from his competitors, and what a comfortable win here by the Guelph Griffin. And he looks pretty excited by that.
Now it's worth mentioning that the record for the men's 60-meter hurdle is 7:79, set by Sekou Kaba of the Ottawa Lions in 2014. And Craig Thorne is creeping quite close to that.
Yeah, that's very much within reach. Sekou Kaba, a very accomplished athlete. That would be quite a record to take down.
And now, well, I guess officially, 7:80.
Oof! 1/100th of a second off.
A good qualifying time. He automatically qualifies for the final.
And he looked very comfortable over those hurdles. I think he's got even more speed in him.
That looked very effortless. A good qualification time for Craig Thorne. We could potentially be watching a U Sport record in the final.
Last year, it was Nathaniel Meckler who, say, wrestled the win from Thorne. Thorne was the favorite, and Meckler came in and just had performance of his life, taking home gold. Now, no Meckler this year, but there might be a dark horse that not many people are familiar with yet. Rami Garsali, coming from Tunisia, first year in the conference, running for Lakehead, has dropped a 7.89 this year over the hurdles. Do not count him out. He's a bit of an unknown quantity so far.
And again, 5 of these men running under 8 seconds. Incredibly fast times for the 60-meter hurdles. And so we'll see heat 2 of the men's 60 hurdles. And that will be Rami Garcelli in lane 4. At the men's heptathlon pole vault, that's Max Spicer of the Manitoba Bisons. CanWest silver medalist, and he's over the bar. But now over at the track, it looks like heat 2 is ready to go.
Rami Garsali in lane number 4 will be one to watch. Same as David Adelaide of the Toronto Varsity Blues. Has run 7.91 this year. I say to make the podium, you need to be well under 8 at this point.
And in lane 1 there, Max Mazaral from Moncton, also taking a break from the heptathlon to be in the 60-meter hurdle race. So in lane 1, Max Mazaral, 2, Adam Exley of the Toronto Varsity Blues. Lane 3, Colton Spencer from Brock. Lane 4, Rami Garcelli, Lakehead. Lane 5, David Adelaide, Toronto. Lane 6, Lewin Chaljean from Windsor. And rounding out the field in lane 7, Adam Andres from the Manitoba Bisons. Watch for lane 4 and lane 5. Garcelli and Adelaide both running under 8 seconds.
I think I saw lane 3.
Yes, and a second, third, fourth gun going off.
Making sure they don't do the distance.
So the officials will get together, they will review it and determine whether there was a violation. On the replay, it did look like lane 3 had some movement.
Colton Spencer of Brock, likely hoping for not too much of a reprimand here. Just barely a little twitch, barely detectable. And that's the worst for the athletes now. They just need to stand in the pressure and wait. And that's a green card, so good news. Spencer and the rest go again, forget any of this happened, and redo.
A green card, that's a good sign. No charge to the field. Again, lane 1, Mazaral, 2, Exley, 3, Spencer, 4, Garcelli, 5, Adelaide, 6, Jean, and 7, Andres.
That wild card spot currently sitting at 8:26. Again, top 3 finishers automatically advance. The next 2 fastest among both heats also go for it. Here they are, and that's a clean start. Adelaide trying to challenge, but it's Rami Garsali of Lakehead showing his dominance early on. And he might be a new presence here at U Sports, but he's making that presence felt. Very long stride, Garsali.
That's right. And we're looking now to see what that qualifying time would be. Unofficially, at the bottom, we're seeing as 7:94. We'll see if that will change. $7.99 for Garcelli, running out of lane 4. A good qualifying time as well. He'll automatically move on to the finals.
There it is. So Garsali moves on. Adelaide will most likely also move on. There he is, 8:18 for the Toronto Varsity Blue. That's an automatic qualifier spot. Let's see who snagged that third auto cue.
And now this is Mason Altrogi of the Saskatchewan Huskies on the runway. This will now be his second attempt at 385.
Altrogi, what a long competition so far. Came in at 325. Still alive, still jumping.
And still lives on.
Ooh.
385, good for 576 points. Now added to his final score.
That's a big haul for Altrogi.
That's right. I'm not sure what his personal best is, but I do believe that is getting pretty close to it.
And on the track, that was it for the hurdle heats. Next up, in approximately 8 minutes, we'll see the first distance event of the weekend. If you can call the 1,000 meters a distance event, it's kind of at a weird middle. It feels like an 800 meters with an extra kick at the end. I think it's a thoroughly mid-distance event, but now we're just getting specific. With 5 laps around the track, we'll have one heat of women, one heat of men. And the 1K is always complicated because you don't know how many heats there should be. This will be one heat of each, 13 athletes in each, so it might get pretty tight around those corners.
On the track, they are now preparing for the 1,000. Right now, the men's heptathlon. They're at the pole vault. We have 8 competitors who have cleared 385.
Now with almost everyone is in this pole vault competition, save for Gabriel Maillet of University of Montreal. He's a pole vaulter by trade, and so he's only entering the competition at 425. For him, this height is chump change. So he's just been sitting here. He's been chilling for about an hour, waiting for the others to get anywhere close to his height. I think that's how Maillet actually makes a bid at the podium. It's just by nailing the pole vault, knocking it out of the park.
And the pole vault does earn good points for these gentlemen.
Oh, and that's Max Mazerol, l'athlète de l'Université de Moncton maintenant, au-delà de 3 mètres 85, son 3e essai. Et il avancera. Le champion atlantique va continuer sur sa lancée. That was Max Mazerol. He got into the competition at 365, almost had to bow out at 385 after missing his first 2 attempts, but lives on and will attempt 395 next. Here he is talking with his coach, Steve Leblanc. Now 1,000 meters. Did anyone ever twist your arm in doing something like that?
I don't think they could have paid me to do it.
600?
Maybe the 600, but it was difficult getting me to run the 800 in the pentathlon. Definitely not my favorite event.
So here's a question. Where do you think you and I would have the closest race? I'm a 1,500 meter runner.
Right. I think, let's say a 400 would be pretty fair.
How fast do you think you can go over 400?
You know what? I've never ran a 400 before.
Estimated?
I would really like to think I could run under a minute.
Oh, I got you beat.
Okay.
Easy, easy. Go down to 300.
300?
Then you have me
Okay,
beat.
that's an easy, we can arrange that.
No, I don't want to race you over 3. I don't hold the candle to you over 3.
Looks like now in the track, the women getting ready to do the 1,000.
13 women doing a stride. For the distance fans out there, here's your first taste of endurance. We have a few favorites in this field. We need to mention Sadie Jane Hickson, who yesterday showed great form and poise in the 600 meters, finishing second, running very comfortably, grabbing that auto qualifying spot. Today, there's no qualifying to be had. It's a straight final. So Hickson will be going straight for gold. She's a public health student from Oakwood, Ontario, 5th year at the University of Guelph. This year she is a gold medalist in the 600 and silver in the 1K at the OUA Championships, but mostly she's the defending champion in this event. And who will she be facing? Look on her right is Jessie Lacourse, l'athlète de l'Université Laval, Jessie Lacourse, qui va tenter de faire le triplé, le 1000 mètres, le 1500 mètres et le 3000 mètres. Wow, c'est impressionnant. Donc, Jessie Lacourse, l'athlète étudiante en psychopédagogie et orthopédagogie à l'Université Laval, va essayer de contester contre Sadie Jane Hickson. Those are probably your two favorites. However, there's an athlete you cannot count out ever because she's a total gamer, and that is Cameron Orman, Sadie Jane Hickson's teammate. Athlete from Aurora, Ontario. First became very popular as a high school athlete, winning the OFSA championships. And as you know, if you're from Ontario, the OFSA, they feel like the Olympics when you're growing up. And so everyone had heard of Cameron Orman as a cross-country runner, and now she's making absolute strides on the track as well. So Orman, Hickson, and Lacoste are likely your top 3, but this is a deep field.
And so for the 1,000, Alex, what would the strategy be for these women? They're running a straight final. What is the best approach?
You can't get caught being too far back. It's the nature of the event. 3,000 meters, because it's so long, you can hang out for that first kilometers, but nature of indoors, and especially this track, which, as you said, has long straightaways but tight corners, you can't be too far back in a 1K. It's too short to mess around. And so you don't have to necessarily be leading it, but if you're hanging out in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, that's a good place to be. And just like the 600s, like we saw yesterday, you do still have to get yourself out of trouble, and running near the front often does that. You don't want to be in the middle of a pack of 13 people. So running in 2nd or 3rd, I think, is the golden spot, and make that kick available near the end. Make that kick available.
Well, the 1,000 meter, 5 laps of the track. And on the field, we see that it is getting quite busy. The men's pole for the heptathlon still going on, but our women's long jump has just begun alongside the men's high jump.
They are off. The cut-in is going to happen soon here. We see Jessie Lacoste, Université Laval, trying to keep that inside. Voilà Lacoste qui charge vers l'avant. À 100 mètres, c'est elle qui prend l'avance. Lacoste, l'athlète de 5e année. Porte le dossard 11 pour l'Université Laval, une de deux athlètes de l'université basée au Québec. She's followed closely by Sadie Jane Hickson and Nina Whitford, the Guelph Griffin, who we haven't mentioned. 3 Griffins near the front here. La Course leading, absolutely running gun. She is not interested in a slow sit and kick pace, and that makes sense. La Course is a cross-country specialist. She's a long-distance athlete. She doesn't want a slow race and then a kick because she's not a kicker compared to Hickson. Hickson, on the other hand, she is more used to the slower race and the shorter races so she can kick. So if I were Hickson, I would now take the lead and speed it up, but let's see how she responds. The U Sports record of 2:41 belongs to Jenna Westaway, and here they are getting to that midpoint. They're on about a 2:48 pace, and likely they will slow down the second half. That's just the nature of the 1K. And so I wouldn't call this a blazing fast pace, but they're not messing around either. La Course continue d'être la meneuse à 600 mètres. Hickson en arrière, Cameron Orman en troisième placé. La Course et 2 Griffins. See, I like where Hickson is right now because she's making that kick available. She could easily go around La Course right now, and I think La Course is going to try to just run Hickson's legs out of her and trying to go as fast as she can in that last 200 meters. So we're getting to that 800-meter split, and I got to say, I think Ormond and Hickson look very comfortable here. And here's Dagenet de l'Université Laval. We have 2 Griffins and 2 members of the Rouge et Or in the top 4. Dagenet looking strong. We have Olivia Cooper of Alberta also getting in the mix. This is a crowded front, Astrid.
An incredible race by these ladies. Now they're rounding this corner now, coming up the front stretch.
And Hickson in the lead, not looking back. Her teammate Ormond fading, and Emma Dagenet en troisième position. It'll be Hickson, Ormond, Dagenet. La Course fades back. And those are great points for the Griffins there. Sadie Jane Hickson, the Oakwood, Ontario athlete, defending her 1,000-meter title. What a great run by her, showing great poise, great form. The Griffins once again on top of the 1K distance world here.
And officially we're seeing a time of 2:44.45. We'll see how that changes. An excellent race by these ladies, the Guelph Griffins, taking the title.
I think La Course ran it smart anyway. She gave it a try and it didn't quite work. What La Course had to avoid was a very slow race, a very sit and kick race, and she forced it to be a pretty quick race. She just wasn't able to outrun those Griffins behind her. So, je pense une course quand même bien courue par La Course, mais les Griffins en avaient un petit peu trop dans les jambes. Donc, on va voir La Course de nouveau au 1500 et au 3000 mètres. Elle aura une autre chance à sa gloire. Le 1000 mètres est un peu court pour elle, experte au cross-country. Donc, on s'attendait un peu que Hickson et Ormond lui donneraient du fil à retordre. Et maintenant, on s'approche à la course masculine du 1000 mètres. Now we're getting close to the men's race, same as the women's, 13 athletes, and you saw how crowded it got near the front.
The men now preparing to line up for the 1,000-meter.
Who do we see in this race? Well, we can spot Alec Purnell with that timeless quarter zip speed suit that he's almost trademarked at this point, these championships.
So Alex, how important would you say that cutting is in this race?
Cutting?
Yeah, cutting into the backstretch.
It's important. You don't want to be overly aggressive and cause a fall, but again, it's the thing, you don't want to be caught in the back. I actually like how La Course ran. She did get in the front, and that does get pretty risky, but she really ran herself out of trouble. I think that was well done. You want to be near the front. It's always what I get back to, and I'm talking from experience. I competed in the 1500 in 2017 and got caught in the back because I wasn't aggressive enough at first. And even that, the 15's a long race, I feel like it ruined my race. Because then I had to try to weave around people, I lost the energy, and it didn't work out. So that's what I think now. If I could do that one again, I'd go near the front.
That's right. Don't want to be too far behind and have to make up that ground. And so now the men lining up for the 1,000-meter, one straight final.
And we don't see him in the screen right now, but I'll have to bring your attention to Jude Wheeler-D. And if you're watching at home, you might not even know that name because he's relatively new on the scene. He's a young athlete. He's the co-winner, and yes, you heard that right, co-winner of the U20 cross-country title this year. He held hands with his teammate, who's also his barber. Stay with me. He's also his barber, Roman Mironov. They won it together. They won it together. They compete for Queens together. And Roman actually sent me a message filled with Jude Wheeler-D fun facts. One of them being his nickname is Wheels, and he puts Sriracha on everything. But also my favorite one, Wheeler-D didn't own a running watch until a year and a half ago. He used to run with his phone rubber banded to his leg.
Wow. And so his recipe for success,
No watch?
no watch and sriracha.
But we'll be looking out for him because he's had a massive glow up in the last 2 years. Last year, he clocked a 3:54, 1,500 meters, which is respectable in the track. This year, 3:46. He's a major player in this competition, in this race. So we'll be looking out for him because, again, it's a straight final. He won the OUA gold in the K and the 15, so he'll be wearing that yellow Queens Gales singlet. Look out for Jude Wheeler-D. Also look out for Aiden Goslet, the AUS champion. He broke the Dalhousie record 3 different times this year, settling finally for a 2:23, so he'll be up in the running. His time converted to a 2:21, so technically he's your top seed. So Aiden Goslet, tall figure for the Dalhousie Tigers, will be another one to watch. And mixing it up with them, of course, with that speed suit, Alec Purnell.
And in the field as well, Quinton Fast of the Saskatchewan Huskies, previously with the University of Montana Grizzlies. He's returned back home, broke that 1,000-meter USask record. The CanWest gold medalist lining up for the first time here at home at these championships.
Now, this is exciting with a name like Quinton Fast.
How could you be slow?
How could you be slow? Any relation to Joe Fast?
I don't know.
Maybe not. We have another athlete in Canada named Joe Fast, which is just classic.
Yeah.
We have 2 athletes from UNB, teammates, Mitchell Keane and Jared House, and 4 athletes from Guelph in Purnell, Max Davies, Adam Schmidt, and Kyle Madden. So
And a second gun goes off. I did see some movement there. They will call the men back.
here's another athlete to watch with a bit of a Cinderella story. Kyle Madden. Name's been around for a while. Guelph Griffin. sustained a very severe stress fracture in 2021, missed about a year of training, is just finally coming back to the sport, qualified last minute. Now here he is at U Sports, getting back to it. He's a huge talent. He's run great 1,500 meter times and 1,000 meter times, but so much adversity that he had to overcome, and he's back. And who told me about the stress fracture is his teammate Adam Schmidt, who's also in this race. So a lot of Griffin camaraderie here.
I originally saw a green card come up, but now the men have been asked to stand up. Another green card. I personally have never seen a quote-unquote full start called in a distance race.
Happens every now and then. The worst thing is when the race actually starts and the athletes are so engaged that they don't realize that the race is called back. Sometimes it happens, the athletes make it halfway around the track. More often in outdoor than in. But there we go, they're off. These athletes have to be restless now. A lot of jostling around that inside lane, and let's see who takes the lead as they cut in. I think that's Aiden Goslet, that tall figure from Dalhousie. He's getting in that inside lane, looks very interested in controlling that race. Quinton Fast close to him, and then diminutive figure Jude Wheeler-D in the yellow running in third. Quinton Fast takes over the lead. Looks like they're going at a pretty fast clip here, hitting the 300-meter mark just around 43 seconds. Here's a split at just around 58, and all things considered, that's not that fast for them. This is very manageable. I won't expect many of them to drop off this pace. With a few of these athletes running in the low 220s, 58-second 400s are actually manageable. So continues to be fast, followed by Goslet, Jude Wheeler-D, Alec Purnell, 1, 2, 3, 4. Eric Orling of the Western Mustangs in fifth. Wheeler-D and Purnell both overtake Goslet in what's becoming a crowded front here. And Quinton Fast still running unencumbered, reaching that 700-meter mark. And Purnell tries to swing wide, as does Jude Wheeler-D. And we're starting to see a quartet of leaders forming. Fast keeping that inside lane, and Jude Wheeler-D, the athlete from Queens, the OUA champion, taking that lead with Alec Purnell chasing, Goslet chasing. Quinton Fast is struggling to keep with the leaders, and Wheeler-D finds an extra gear, drops Purnell, and Goslet. Does Goslet have anything left to challenge it? But here he comes, the cross-country athlete, the Queens Gale, going down the line, looking, celebrating, and it's Jude Wheeler-D taking the win for the Queens Gales. A proven cross-country athlete, a proven 1,500-meter runner, just got to watch a year and a half ago, and now he's a U Sports champion.
An incredible race there by Jude Wheeler-D. He executed that beautifully. He now celebrates with his teammates, the champion for your 1,000 meter here at the U Sport Championships, Jude Wheeler-D.
And I think he was very patient, Astrid. He just stayed in that first lane, waited for the others to falter, and then pounced right here. Love to get a split on that last lap.
He made a move in that bell lap and pulled away from the rest of the group, claiming that gold medal.
And a great run by Aiden Goslet, too, from Dalhousie. Second place for the Toronto, Ontario-born athlete, now training on the East Coast. A whole lot of improvement this year. Dalhousie record holder in the 1K and now a U Sports silver medalist. He'll be happy with that one.
And on the field, very busy today with our field events. On the runway, the multi-event athlete, Sienna McDonald, coming in ranked third in the individual long jump, a mark of 6:01. The jump looks good. It looked like she had a little bit of room on that board. So currently our women are in their second round.
And on the track, we're seeing the para 1,000 meters. And this is Nick Neri, former teammate of mine. His hair looks a lot more blonde this year than it used to. Neri, a 800-meter specialist who's gone, I believe, as quickly as 2:04, now extending to the 1K. Looking at his splits here, he's crossing in 34.
That's Olivia Henry with the York Lions. Her first jump was a foul.
Here's Neri getting to his 400-meter split. Pretty even, looks like a 70. So we're going to look at hoping for a sub-3 kilometer for him. He's getting some cheers. Neri, who started off at the University of Windsor in 2017. Looks like he's wearing a bandage on his left leg there. Might be straining a little bit. But he's getting the crowd going. Good, he's getting some claps, some cheers from the Lancers. The Lancers, as usual, have made up a Lancer corner here, so every time he passes, he gets that little extra cheer from his teammates. His coach, Colin Ingalls, and sports psychologist, Frank Eli, giving him the go-ahead right around the 80-meter mark. One lap to go for Nick Neri. He's got a 2:26, so we need a 34-second 200 to break that 3-minute barrier. So let's see if he has a sprint in him. He'll need a kick to get it. Here he is with 100 meters left to go. Neri is known to finish with a little something, so expect a kick here. There it is to the end. I see him holding his calf. No kick as usual, so I'm guessing maybe a bit of an injury on that side, but 3:05.72. That'll be the 1K. Oh, I see him limping off the track here. So those were the 1Ks. Now, Neri's teammate, Mandy Brunet, one of the favorites here in our jumping events.
It's that moment again, the one you dream of every night. La seule chose qui te préoccupe, c'est la gloire, le cheminement de la réussite, of pushing yourself further than ever before. But the true glory is in the shadows. Les sacrifices que tu fais, quand toutes les chances sont contre toi, When you can't push one more second, chase the glory. Visez haut.
The 587 that she jumped in her second round. But worth noting that the #1 seed, Jasmine Liu, from the Toronto Varsity Blues, comes into this competition with an excellent mark of 6 meters 22. The record for this event, 6 meters 24. She's 2 centimeters away from that record. Record was set in 2001 by Jocelyn Adu Gamfi, also from Toronto. And that was Taryn Lamori from the Windsor Lancers, a foul on her second jump. Currently in the bronze medal position. She's a silver medalist from the OUA in this event. That was from 2022. 2023 OUA bronze medalist in this event.
Audrey Leduc de l'Université Laval, la triple championne aux Jeux du Canada de l'été dernier. La meneuse jusqu'à maintenant avec un meilleur saut de 5,89, la voici.
White flag goes up. We'll get a measurement on Audrey's second jump. The RSEC gold medalist in this event.
Oh, 6:01.
She takes the lead in this competition. A great jump, 6:01.
First one to crack that 6 meter barrier. Wow. That even puts her somewhat close to the U Sports record, 6:24. Still have a way to go, but not many athletes have broken 6.
We had 3 women coming into this competition who have broke that 6 meter barrier. Sienna McDonald with a 6:01. Jolie Welburn, 6:16. Jasmine Liu, 6:22. This is Jolie Welburn's teammate, Erica Stockhorse, now in her 5th year of eligibility.
And I look forward to see what Jasmine Liu can produce. 5:61 in the first round. She's likely got a lot more than that with a best result of 6:22 this year. Let's see what magic she can produce on the runway here.
Again, Jasmine Liu. She is the OUA gold medalist, also bronze medalist in the 60 meter. And she's 2 centimeters away from the U Sport record with her seed mark. A great jump by Jasmine Liu. She looked like she was getting pretty close to that edge. And now, as of this indoor season here in Saskatoon, we use video review to look at their takeoff on the board. So there is no plasticine to determine if there was a fault. It's an iPad they have set up so they can review if the takeoff is good.
Technology evolving track and field.
And it looks like they did record that as a foul for Jasmine Liu. Now Gabby Gaudry, Dalhousie Tigers. OUS gold medalist in this event.
Unbelievable! History has repeated itself!
Get the stories behind the glory. Watch, listen, stream, read CBC Sports.
Richard.
Winter sparks joy, imagination, creativity, and new experiences. Between the woods and the frozen lakes, you'll find a place of kinship and story, history and culture, curiosity and kindness. You'll find Saskatoon. Feel the energy of this season, the connection to change and the unexpected warmth. Explore the land you know with the people you love and discover incredible experiences in your own backyard. And let winter spark joy.
Advance and get another
For a limited time, Fun is offering interest rates as low as 1.99% OAC on used vehicles. It's all part of our Bigger Rides, Better Rates sales event. Find what drives you anytime at fun.com.
Henry.
When you buy a lottery ticket in Saskatchewan, your money really goes a long way. More than 12,000 sport, culture, and recreation groups receive funding from Sask Lotteries every year.
Register here. Richard might be safe, but both of those athletes, Brunei and McDonald,
With Sask Lotteries,
have achieved
everyone
way
wins.
more this year than they have shown in the first 2 rounds. But they'll need to deliver. But for now, we watch Henry.
And our women for the 60-meter hurdle final are preparing to take to the track.
And we have a star-studded final here. 8 women lining up. Katarina Klutz of the Alberta Golden Bears in lane number 5 might be the favorite. Astrid, what's your call?
Katharina Klutz now in her 5th year of eligibility. She may have some 5th-year magic in her. She is the defending gold medalist in this event, 2-time Canada West gold medalist. She's looking to claim another gold medal in this event, but she will be challenged by the #1 seed, Tyra Bogue. She'll be running out of lane 6.
Bogue and also Leger, Kendra Leger of Guelph Griffins. She was the fastest seed out of the heat. So those 2 Griffins next to Klutz should make this difficult for her. We also have Mauli Saint-Germain de l'Université de Sherbrooke, du Verrières, who gave Leger a run for her money. Or Klutz a run for her money in heat number 2. 5 women all under 850. This is going to be close. And Klutz is off to a good start, but Tyra Boak seems to match her steps. Klutz taking the lead and now charging to the end and commandingly wins this race. That last half, she put it together.
That's Katharina Klutz of the Alberta Pandas claiming her second gold medal at the championships, or her second gold medal in this event.
What a performance.
Unofficially, the time that flashed up there was an 8:15. The U Sport record is 8:15, set in 2020 by Michelle Harrison from the Saskatchewan Huskies. Dangerously close to that record.
Wow.
An excellent run by the Alberta Panda. That's also a new school record for her. A blazing fast start by Katharina Klutz. She pulls away from the crowd, crossing the finish line first. A new personal best, 8:16.
Wow, and she put a whole 0.2 seconds on that field. Kendra Leger of Guelph has to settle for second with an 8:36, but hey, 100th of a second behind who else but Michelle Harrison. We haven't mentioned her very much so far on the stream, but that's a Saskatchewan product. You've seen her around the track. She's represented Canada internationally on several occasions now. Had a terrific year last year touring the globe for competitions, nationals, internationals, and it lowered her 100-meter hurdle time to, I believe, 12:74, 12:75. Is that possible?
12:74, that's right. That's Michelle Harrison. We have seen her around the track. She had an excellent summer representing Canada, 14th in the world at the World Championships, also sporting the Canadian colors at the Commonwealth Games and at NACAC.
So those are some great footsteps to step in for Katharina Klutz. 8:16. We'll see what's next for this young athlete, but now a two-time 60-meter hurdles champion. How tough it is. Yesterday you said you had a soft spot for not the underdog, but the favorite, because they come in with all the pressure, right?
There is a lot of pressure to defend that title. Katharina Klutz also defending her title. It's a tough thing to do, but she came here, she delivered. 8:16 to win the gold medal in the women's 60-meter hurdles.
Is she back next year, do we know?
That was her, that was it. That's the
it.
grand finale.
Wow.
She had that fifth-year magic. We get to watch Katharina Klutz shine one last time, claiming her second gold medal in the 60-meter hurdles.
And meanwhile, on the field stream, back at the long jump, on vient juste de voir Audrey Leduc sauter son troisième essai. Leduc, la championne aux Jeux du Canada en 2022. Une étoile montante pour l'Université Laval. Leduc, son saut mesurait 5 mètres et 94, donc son deuxième saut de 6,01, encore le meilleur saut de la compétition. Now, Stock Horse of Regina, just about to jump on her third attempt. 5.64 is her best.
Doesn't quite hit the board there, but a white flag goes up. They will measure this. Erica Stockhorse from the Regina Cougars currently sitting in 6th place. She will be likely moving forward to receive 3 more jumps. And as mentioned before, the field is extremely busy today. Men's high jump also taking place. Currently, the bar is at 199. And we will be seeing some of those men that are jumping 2 meters and higher. The favorite from Toronto, Aiden Grout.
Here's Sienna McDonald. She is jumping for her fate, needing a 5.55 meter jump. That's likely what would get her on to that next round. McDonald, who had a slightly underwhelming long jump performance so far, but hey, it's understandable. How many events has she competed in so far? What a tiring few days for that young athlete.
Sienna McDonald, incredibly talented.
And she did it, 5.79. That puts her in 4th place.
An excellent jump there, puts her in that 4th place spot. She will receive 3 more jumps. But right now on the track, the men's 60 meter hurdle final. Will we be seeing a U Sport record in this race?
I'd say it's very possible. Craig Thorne looked so comfortable in those prelims.
A 780 to qualify for this final. The U Sport record set by Sekou Kaba, 779. Your field for the 60 meter hurdles. Lane 1, Justin Rose, Alberta Pandas, Golden Bear Pandas. Lane 2, Colton Spencer, Brock. Lane 3, David Adelaide, Toronto. Lane 4, Rami Garcelli, Lakehead. Lane 5, Craig Thorne, Guelph. Lane 6, Cameron Bruce, Toronto. Lane 7, Antoine Lebon, Sherbrooke. And rounding out the field in this final, Lane 8, Emile Laponte, Montreal.
And it's a clean start. Garcelli with a good start. 1 goes down. Craig Thorne still charging. 2, 3 go down. And Thorne doesn't look back. 7.75 unofficially.
Is this a new U Sport record? We will have to wait and see if that time will stand.
Wow.
Craig Thorne pulling away from the field, claiming the gold medal in this event. But what will that time be?
Hey, in one heat, we see a potential U Sports record and 3 athletes going down. How unusual is that?
The hurdles can be an unpredictable event. And a 777.
Wow.
That will be a new U Sport record.
New U Sports record for the Quispamsis New Brunswick athlete, the psychology student at Guelph University. Craig Thorne, he deserves it. He's been around for a while. He lost out on that gold medal last year after Nathaniel Meckler just clipped him at the end. Twice an OUA gold medalist, a Canada Games champ last summer. You knew he had the talent, he just needed to put it together. And with a 7.77, what a statement there. Beats Antoine Lebrun de l'Université de Sherbrooke, 8.01 pour l'athlète québécois.
An excellent run there by Craig Thorne. 7.77, a new U Sport record. Also good to be the gold medalist for the men's 60 meter hurdle.
Ah oui, Émile Lapointe des Carabins de Montréal. Votre médaillé de bronze. Donc la conférence québécoise qui remporte la 2e et la 3e place, pendant que Craig Thorne devient votre champion 2023. Wow. I'd say that is a contender for performance of the meet so far.
I would agree with that. I don't know how many U Sport records we've seen fall.
Is this the first?
I think this might be the first.
Wow. We told ourselves before this competition started, I think this is a year where we're going to see a lot of records. Many seed times came in faster than the actual U Sport records, but that happens every year. The devil in this, and what's so difficult, is that you actually have to break a U Sports record at the U Sport Championship.
That's
that doesn't
right.
always happen, right?
That's right. You have to break the record here at the championships. A lot of these athletes trying to peak at this time, it's a difficult thing to do.
Very tough to peak. There's injuries, there's burning out, there's, like, you have all year. You might go under the U Sports record at one point in the year, but what are the chances that you actually do it here? So Craig Thorne so far, I'd say perhaps performance of the meet. Very, very impressive. Now on the track, we have a slight break, a 9-minute break before we get into the 300 heats, and action continues on the field side of things.
And I'm looking down at the announcer's table. Michelle Harrison is in the house. The U Sport record holder in the 60-meter hurdles. Katharina Klutz coming very close. And right now, on the field, it looks like the women's long jump. They've all completed their third jumps, so top 8 will be jumping 3 more times. Busy day on the field here at the 2023 U Sport Championships. Our heptathletes who are at pole vault, bar is set at 415. They're trying to earn some valuable points there. 659 points for 415. Currently at the men's high jump, a lot of them going for their second attempt at 199. Some cheers out there on the track at the men's high jump. That was Tegra Jan King, CanWest gold medalist, rookie of the year, clearing 199.
Here's a replay of that 60-meter final. It's really in those last couple hurdles that Klutz really separated herself from the field, right?
She accelerated so well, hurdling beautifully, climbing that gold medal. And we'll see that again. The U Sport record for the men's 60-meter hurdles by Craig Thorne.
God, the men's 60 final was both beautiful and catastrophic at the same time.
There were a couple of falls in that final. The men's hurdles, 42 inches. Women's at 33. It's a significant difference.
Is that because men are on average 9 centimeters taller than women?
Is that a fact?
I don't know.
I thought.
How would I know?
I thought you were asking me.
I think men are on average 3 or 4 inches taller than women.
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's about 9 centimeters ish.
It has been a question of whether the women's hurdle needs to be raised to at least 36 inches. I don't believe it's something that would happen, but who knows?
What side are you on? Would you like to see that happen?
I would be curious to see what difference that would make.
Do you think that would help you as an athlete or hurt you?
I consider myself to be one of the taller hurdlers.
Okay.
I have hurdled at 36 inches. I'd be willing to give it a go.
Okay, okay. Because it does help you if you are a little bit taller, I suppose. Now on the track side, we're seeing our 300-meter athletes preparing for the heats. 300 heats happening today, 4 heats of women, 4 heats of men. And this is tough. The finals happen not even 2 hours later. So if you're a 300-meter runner, best come to the track rested. Being a lanes race, you can only have so many people in one heat. In this first heat, I spot Zoe Sherrar, and we're talking about records that could be broken. I don't think Craig Thorne will sit around as the only new record holder at this competition for very long. Zoe Sherrar is a remarkable athlete. She's run 37:19 this year in the 300 meters. She's the defending champion. And now she just has to execute that race here, and she gets the record. Currently, that mark stands at 37:35, and it's been that way since 2005 when Adrian Power of Dalhousie University rounded that track. So Zoe Sherrar, she can put a season's best together or at least tie it. She'll be your new record holder here. But
Zoe
will she save it
Sherrar.
for the final?
That's right, Zoe Sherrar, incredibly talented, an awesome resume, 4-time OUA gold medalist in this event, 3-time U Sport gold medalist in this event. She's no stranger to the color gold.
Likely one of the most accomplished athletes at this meet. Has to be intimidating for her competitors here, knowing that they're racing against likely the eventual champion here.
And now we'll have heat 1 of 3, the women's 300 meter. In lane 2, Natalie Thirsk, the Western Mustangs. She's a para athlete in the T38 classification.
And then we have Jacqueline Madogo, the 60-meter champion, so of the Griffins. She'll be in lane number 3. Tegan Wallace, Western Mustangs, lane 4. Sherrar, in lane 5. And Frédéric Chiasson, du Rouge et Or, couloir numéro 6. And they're off. It's a predictably good start by Jacqueline Madogo, the 60-meter champion. Now, can she hold a good speed over 300 meters? Zoe Sherrar looking to already overtake Chiasson in lane number 5. Looks like she's running quite comfortably here.
Wow, she makes up that stagger pretty quickly as she rounds this last corner. Coming up the front stretch, that's Zoe Sherrar of the Guelph Griffins.
And she's making this look easy here. Sherrar looking very composed, crossing the line just over 38 seconds, seeming like she's kept some energy in the tank, which makes sense because the final is only in an hour.
That's right. They're looking to qualify for the final
in 2 hours.
In about 2 hours. And Zoe Sherrar claims that first auto-qualifying spot for the final. The women's 300 meter that will be taking place later tonight, 7:40 p.m. And on the long jump runway, Jolie Welburn and the Regina Cougars. Unable to see if she was able to hit the board, but she does run through. And the rule is, if you are good on the board or even behind the board and you exit the pit, they will measure. So they are going to measure that. Though her best jump so far, putting her in this silver medal position, 587. And now this is your gold medal position right now. Audrey Leduc from Laval, jumping well. She's the final jumper in the 4th round. And currently in first, with a jump of 601 meters.
So heat number 2 of the women's 300 meters gets ready to go. The 300 has a funny qualifying structure. The top athlete of each heat qualifies, but so do the 9 next fastest times.
That's right. So we'll be running an A-B final is my guess. And so these women will be running to claim that auto qualifying spot. The first one to cross that line guarantees to be in the fast section for the final.
But here's the funny part. You can make the final in the slower section, and if your time is faster than anyone else's from that slower section in the final, you win.
That's right. You can have a winner come from either section, but right now on the track, heat 2, the women's 300 meter. Lane 3, Shelby McIsaac, New Brunswick. Lane 4, Sophie Ba, Sherbrooke. Lane 5, Audrey Jackson, Montreal. Lane 6, Paige Williams, Saskatchewan.
So far, the time to beat, 38:22 by Zoe Sherrar. Jacqueline Madogo, 39:16.
Clean start there by the ladies in heat 2.
Audrey Jackson of Montreal looking strong, already overtakes Willems. Jackson, one of the favorites in this competition. Rounding that bend. Likely going to try to conserve as much energy as she can, because at this point she's quite certain to qualify either way. Keeps her head up. Willems tries to make up that lead, and the two of them will cross between the 38 and 39, I believe.
That's a comfortable run there by the athlete there from Montreal. Audrey Jackson claiming the second auto qualifying spot in the women's 300 meter.
Coming off a gold medal from the Quebec Conference, la championne de la Conférence québécoise, Audrey Jackson, étudiante en médecine de famille, provenant de Châteauguay, avec un meilleur chrono cette année de 37:99. So Audrey Jackson, a family medicine student, has run as fast as 37:99 this year, the only athlete other than Sherrar to break that 38-second barrier. this year. So look for those two to give each other a good run in the final. That was 38-68 for Jackson. Good one for Willems as well, 38-75. Sophie Ba of Sherbrooke, 40-15. And Shelby McIsaac of the New Brunswick Reds, 41-48. That was heat number 2.
Looks like heat number 3 is getting ready in the women's 300-meter. And in your third heat, lane 3, Faber Okpali of the Western Mustangs. Lane 4, Nicole McKenzie, the Guelph Griffins. Lane 5, Kendra Farmer from your Saskatchewan Huskies, the gold medalist from your Can West Championships. Part of the Saskatchewan Conference sweep in this event. Kendra Farmer being the gold medalist, Paige Willems the silver, and Grace Igbiki, we saw her run a fire anchor in the 4x2. And your bronze medalist in the 60 hurdles in lane 6, Tyra Bogue.
And they're off. Kendra Farmer in lane number 5, looking strong. Bogue, straight from a 60 hurdles final. Hoping to keep that stagger.
Looking pretty even on the backstretch, but we'll see what changes when they round this corner. Looks like Kendra Farmer is going to come out in the front. She looks strong finishing this race.
So once again, looks like 38 to 38 mid. All 3 heats have a winner that finished right around the same time. It's going to make for an electrifying final.
That's Kendra Farmer of your Saskatchewan Huskies, a 2-time silver medalist in this event, earning her first gold medal in this event 2 weekends ago. In her 5th year of eligibility, claiming the final auto qualifying spot for the 300 meter. The final taking place tonight, 7:40. There will be 2 finals for the 300.
So with 12 athletes advancing, there's only 1 athlete who doesn't make it. You know, I'll say it is a curious structure. It's almost a race that you could have a straight final for, because the final almost just jumbles all the athletes again, makes them race again.
It actually seems like all runners would make it through, unless they're including Natalie Thirsk, the para-athlete.
If so, there would be no...
Yeah, T38 classification. I wonder if they'll give her a second go in the final.
Either way, that faster heat will be very close, right? Between Sherrard, Jackson, Willems, and Farmer. All of them haven't dipped under 39 seconds. Separated by barely half a second. Sherrard will be the favorite, but it's going to be a mad dash for the podium. So we'll look forward for that, as now we see the men getting ready for the 300 heats. And similar thing here, Astrid, I believe 3 heats.
Three heats for the men. There will be an A and B final. And just like the women, they'll have 3 automatic qualifying spots. Then your next 9 fastest times
So in this heat, we have the competition favorite, the OUA champion from the University of Toronto, Emmett Bravakis. He's in lane number 5. Last year, he was the bronze medalist at this competition, U Sports, and his best time, 33:45, makes him one of 5 athletes to have dipped under the 34-second mark this year. They'll be chasing a fast record by Austin Cole. Now, the 300 has entered a new era this year. In the last few years, used to be always a constant battle and rivalry between Carson Leonard of Saskatchewan and Austin Cole of Alberta. Usually Cole getting the better of the two, but Leonard, near the end of their varsity careers, actually getting the best of Cole. Now, both of those athletes are not around anymore, opening up the door for a new champion, and Emmett Bravakis of Toronto might be it.
That's right, we will be crowning a new champion for the 300 meter. Austin Cole and Carson Leonard, who had been dominant for the past 2 years, but we will see now lane 5, Emmett Bravakis from Toronto claiming that first auto-qualifying spot.
And solid run, doesn't look like he overexerted himself. He'll have a lot left when he comes back to the track. The 4th-year computer engineering student, Emmett Bravakis, looking like a real pro in that first heat of 3. So here are some results. Alex Collins, 34.96 in second. Justin Rose of Alberta, 34.98. So same deal for the men. Each heat winner automatically advances, and then the next 9 best times move forward as well. So that will disqualify effectively 1 athlete here. You just don't want to be the 1 athlete disqualified. That's the game.
And at the women's long jump, they are in the final round. On the runway, Autumn Cole, the Alberta Pandas. Now Autumn is the gold medalist from CanWest in triple jump, bronze in the long jump. So we will see her take her final jump. This is Autumn Cole of the University of Alberta Pandas. Her final jump, her best so far from the first round of 5.78. Jump is good. They will measure this. And right now on the track, heat 2 of your men's 300 meter. In lane 3, Shen Arnett, Trinity Western. Lane 4, Robbie Menzies, Western. Lane 5, Daniel Harper, Guelph, your favorite in this heat. And in lane 6, Tyler Cox-Gestro of the Manitoba Bisons.
Hard to find an athlete with as much experience as Daniel Harper, 5th-year biomedical engineering student, Guelph. OUA bronze medalist in 2023, but before then, he has an OUA triple. So bronze in 2023, gold in 2019, silver in 2020. No stranger to these competitions, and a season's best of 33.80 for Daniel Harper, the athlete from Brampton. See him in lane number 5.
And it looks like this is Tyler Cox-Yestro of the Manitoba Bisons in lane 6. Conversing with one of the officials.
I always hated called back races. There's so much pressure. You're just stuck there.
It does make the nerves feel a little unsettled.
Happens more in the sprinting than in the distance events too, right?
That's true, and more often than not, when the officials do call up the athletes, they will err on the side of caution, and they will sit in the blocks just a smidge longer to make sure that the start is clean. And now it looks like they're ready to go. Lane 3, Arnett. 4, Menzies. 5, Harper. 6, Cox-Yestro.
And now it's a clean start. Cox-Yestro out of the blocks comfortably. Daniel Harper looking very composed in lane number 5, trying to overtake the Manitoban athlete. Cox-Yestro doesn't want to concede.
He does slightly make up that stagger there. Daniel Harper running out of lane 5 and coming into the front stretch. It looks like it will be Daniel Harper from the Guelph Griffins, claiming the second auto-qualifying spot.
Very comfortable run by Daniel Harper. Not much over that 34-second mark. And look at him, he doesn't look tired. That's a good sign. It shows some fitness and shows still a lot of juice for what is to come.
And now at the women's long jump, we did have some changes. Jasmine Liu in her final jump, 6:03, putting her in that silver medal position. And now Jolie Welburn of the Regina Cougars that's her final jump. White flag goes up. They'll measure this jump. Currently, Jolie is in the bronze medal position. And our final jumper, Audrey Leduc from Laval, unofficially now the gold medalist for the women's long jump at these championships. In the 5th round, jumping 6:11. A great series here by Audrey Leduc. 589, 601, 594, 567, and then that 611 that will guarantee her the gold medal. And that's the final jump there for Audrey Leduc. We'll wait on the measurement for that. that she is your 2023 gold medalist in the women's long jump. Audrey Leduc, 2023 RSEC gold medalist, silver in the 60 meter, the 2023 RSEC top field performance of the year. And now she walks away from these championships, the gold medal in the women's long jump.
Likely your favorite here in lane number 5. He's run 33.84. Kai Spierenberg on the outside, though, of the Calgary Dinos. 33.97 is his best. We have yet to see an athlete crack that 34-second barrier in these championships. Many of them are saving their best for what's to come, the final, a bit later tonight. But Marcus Penaloza Abankwa of Guelph, looking like he's leaving everything that he has on the track, maybe to make a statement. Here he is, and just over 34, let up a little at the end, but I like how Penaloza looked throughout that race. I think he's got a lot in the tank. He'll be able to challenge Harper, Bravakis, and co. It's going to be a fast final on the women's side and on the men's side.
That's right. An excellent run there by the Guelph Griffin. So he'll claim that final auto-qualifying spot. Men's final for the 300 meter taking place tonight at 7:50. We'll be running 2 finals, 2-time finals.
And Astrid, a rare occurrence Friday night. We have a little track break, maybe 20 minutes before we see the next track race. So women's 3,000 meters taking off at 6:30. So don't go too far. We'll be back with some track coverage soon.
So congratulations to our women in the long jump. Audrey Leduc jumping 6'11" to claim gold. Jasmine Liu from Toronto, 6'03", claiming the silver medal. And Jolie Welburn, now with her second medal at these championships, a bronze medal, 5.99.
Okay, and here in the middle of our screen, we see the men's high jump. We're down to 3 finalists. Thomas Seneschal Becker, the Ottawa Gee-Gees, Aiden Grout of the Toronto Varsity Blues, and Caleb Keeling of the Windsor Lancers. So they're all at 2:11. Seneschal Becker has cleared it, so has Grout. Keeling missed his 2 attempts. He'll have 1 more shot at following his 2 competitors into the next round, which will be 2:14. That's getting up there.
These will be your podium finishers for the men's high jump. Caleb Keeling will take his final attempt at 2:11. Now Caleb Keeling asking for some assistance for his final jump at this height, 211. And a very close attempt. We might be able to see a replay on that. But that will give Caleb Keeling the bronze in this event, the men's high jump. And now we're down to 2 athletes. Thomas Senecal Becker from Ottawa in 2022 at these championships, the U Sport Championships, finishing 4th, and now is guaranteed at least a silver medal.
So that is a great feeling for Senecal Becker. Was Aiden Grout getting up there in height.
Aiden Grout, the defending champion in this event.
Now we have 2 different psychologies here. We have Senecal Becker, who would just love to get on that podium, and then we have Aiden Grout, who's got a title to defend. Now you must be cheering for Grout if you're a fan of the favorites usually.
I do appreciate seeing the underdog give the defending champion a good run for his money. So if Thomas can pull this through, that would be quite the upgrade. 4th last year at these championships. For sure leaving with a silver medal, potentially gold. And he will be taking his first attempt at this height, 214.
The 2 athletes well acquainted with each other, competed at the OUA Championships. Aiden Grout in the last 2 years won gold both times, the conference championships. Senecal Becker twice silver. Maybe this is Senecal Becker's time to shine.
This would be quite a statement if he does make this on his first attempt. And he does that!
Oh.
Thomas Senecal Becker, the Ottawa athlete. He's just put himself in the gold medal position. But now Aiden Grout from the Toronto Varsity Blues with his second attempt.
Not quite. Grout, who's jumped as high as 220 this year, now will face elimination. Oh, that's a lot of pressure. In this next jump, the winner might be decided. Senecal Becker sitting pretty. It's a weird feeling. There's a camaraderie that develops between these athletes who compete against each other over and over. But for now, Senecal Becker must just hope that Grout misses this next one. That's all he can do.
And right now, Thomas Senecal Becker, last year leaving the championships without hardware in this event, and now with a gold medal. But that will depend here on Aiden Grout, his final attempt, 214. Oh, he just misses it.
there go the claps of appreciation for Grout, but also of congratulations to Thomas Senecal Becker, the Ottawa Lion and newly minted U Sports champion.
An incredible performance here by both athletes. Aiden Grout earns the silver medal in the men's high jump. And Thomas Senecal Becker will be the gold medalist at the 2023 U Sport Championship. Bar is now going up to 218.
Senecal Becker could stop there, but why stop there?
That's right. The record in the men's high jump set in 1993.
Whoa, wow.
That's a long-standing record. Alex Zeliaskas from Toronto as well.
224, 1993. That's older than you and I.
That's right. And Toronto producing some excellent jumpers. What's in the water in Toronto?
What's in the water? Lead. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. We have great water. That's a misnomer that in the city the water isn't good. The water's fine. Does it make you a better jumper? Well, if you do, I'm not drinking the right water.
Great to see them bringing some amazing jumpers. Aiden Grout with the silver medal. Jasmine Liu, also from Toronto, claiming silver in the women's long jump. And now we'll see Thomas Senecal Becker. He will attempt 218. And it's been a long competition for the heptathletes, but they are still at the men's pole vault. We're down to 2 competitors. The bar is at 465 at the men's pole vault for the heptathlon. Gabrielle Maillet of Montreal and Max Spicer, Manitoba. And with the men's high jump, that was Thomas Senecal Becker. His first attempt at 218, he does miss it. He'll talk with his coach here, make some adjustments, and have 2 more attempts.
And on the track side of things, we're slowly preparing for the longest events of the weekend. The 3,000 meters, the women and then the men. 6:30, we'll have the women, 12 athletes lining up. We see them now getting ready to get on the track. And then at 6:50, we'll have 12 men. So here we have a few favorites. And I think there's one heavy favorite. The problem is she already has a 1K in the legs, and so we'll see how she's recovered. On dirait que la favorite est peut-être Jessie Lacourse de l'Université Laval. Lacourse avec un temps de 9,27 déjà établi, 7 saisons. J'ai obtenu un message d'Anthony Larouche, un athlète de l'Université Laval, qui disait que parce que Lacourse ne peut pas trouver des femmes à courir avec, elle s'entraîne avec Larouche et Jean-Simon Desgagnés. Donc, elle a besoin des pacers beaucoup plus rapides qu'elle. Ça semble marcher. Elle est médaillée d'or à 2 reprises cette année, aux 1000 mètres et aux 1500 mètres au Québec. Et aussi de la conférence québécoise, elle a été nommée athlète féminine de la compétition. Elle a déjà remporté une médaille d'or aux 3000 mètres à ces championnats, soit en 2019 à Winnipeg. La course a probablement plus d'expérience que la plupart des autres athlètes du peloton. Donc, on va s'attendre à elle d'être une des favorites. Une experte aussi en course de fond. Jessie Lacourse. For our English-speaking listeners, Jessie Lacourse means Jessie the race. She's named perfectly.
I couldn't think of a more fitting name.
Well, there's Quinton Fast.
That too. And with the Saskatchewan Huskies, one of our shot putters who has achieved auto qualifying standard, Miles Quick.
Miles Quick. No way. And he throws the shot put?
And he's a shot putter.
Interesting. Miles Quick.
He is the bronze medalist at the CanWest Championships this year. So we will see the men's shot put later this weekend.
So 12 women lining up here in the stagger. We talked about Jessie Lacourse as one of our favorites here. But we need to mention Sophie Coots as well, who has the fastest seed time so far. She's the OUA gold medalist. She's running 9:24 this year. That's still a far ways away from the U Sports record, 9:04, established by Brenda Shackleton in 1988. That's a 35-year-old record. She was racing for UVic. Let's see if we have any contenders getting close to that. Usually, these 3,000-meter championship races tend to be tactical. And so it's not common for athletes to run personal bests here. Jessie Lacourse, for example, has run under the 9-minute mark, just not in a championship race, not in an indoor race this year. Now, let's see what we have in this field. Leading is Jenna McFadden, so a local athlete competing for University of Saskatchewan. She's a Husky. She performed very well at the Canada Games last summer. She's come into her own. It's actually from the same hometown as Astrid, I believe, our leader.
That's right, Jenna McFadden with the Saskatchewan Huskies. We went to high school together, Maidstone High School. That's approximately 2 hours from Saskatoon.
So McFadden looking quite confident. Now 3,000 meters, that's 15 laps of the track. And so this allows athletes to be tactical, to be patient. Sometimes you'll have someone try to take it out really fast, to challenge all the other athletes to go with them at a breakneck pace. That's not necessarily what's happening here. 1:15 for the first lap, so that's about 9:23 pace. That's very manageable for these athletes here. A lot of them have run around that time, so don't expect that pack to break up too quickly. We have 3 athletes from Guelph in this field. Cameron Ormond, who we've seen in the 1,000 meters, although I'm struggling to spot her in this field. I'm wondering if she might have pulled out of this race. If not, there's also Sandra Guga and Olivia Roussel of Guelph, the OUA bronze and 4th place finishers. Near the back of the pack, you have the AUS champion, Ali Sandluck from New Glasgow, Nova Scotia. She was the AUS cross-country champion as well. She's running near the back. Next to her is Hannah Goodjohn of McMaster University, who apparently has taken to warming up in parking lots lately because it's too cold in Saskatchewan. For an Ontarian, I understand. It is pretty cold out here.
It is cold for them, but here in Saskatoon, a comfortable -9 for us.
Comfortable, yeah.
Then again, with the wind chill, feeling like -18. But it is warming up here at the track.
So McFadden leading. Coots with the fastest seat time from Western, running in second, and that royal blue singlet is UVic Vikes Jennifer Erickson. So maybe Erickson can honor Shackleton, the record holder, and wrestle the title away back to the UVic Vikes. So she's running in the inside lane. Shoulder to shoulder with Coots, Jessie Lacoste et Florence Caron en 4e et 6e position. Caron qui a gagné la médaille d'argent au championnat de la conférence québécoise RSEQ au 3000 mètres. La voici avec le dossard 7. And McFadden keeps on leading at the 1200 meter mark. That's something about the 3000 meter that you might not want to do. You don't want to spend your whole time leading. But on the other hand, when you're leading, you're not running into trouble. And so it takes some guts to set out the pace, decide the pace. And McFadden, despite her lack of experience in this circuit, looks very confident on the track.
That's right. This is Jenna McFadden, the University of Saskatchewan Husky. This is her first U Sport Championship, making her debut as she leads the pack in the women's 3,000 meter.
Now Coots, running in fourth, is now flanked by her teammate Anna Carruthers. So we have two Mustangs in that lead pack. And you can tell that the pace is not that quick because it's bunching up, right? We're getting to the 1,500 meter mark and we're just under 10-minute 3K pace, which is pedestrian for these women. And you know what that means? You can expect a kick near the end. And if this race turns into a sit and kick, which it is, it will favor those shorter distance athletes.
Our runners now coming down the backstretch. In the front, Jenna McFadden from Waseca, Saskatchewan.
And this is tough. Now, McFadden is going to have to make a decision if she wants to keep controlling that race. When is she going to start turning the screw and increasing this pace? Because everyone here is behind. And I think she has the luxury now of not having a bona fide kicker in this field. The last few years, Kate Current of the Western Mustangs, she would not have allowed that slow of a pace. And if so, she would have completely blown the doors off a field running at 10-minute pace. This year, it's hard to know. A lot of the athletes are newer. It's hard to know if someone has that closing speed of 27 seconds like Curran did. Meanwhile, Florence Caron de l'Université Laval qui prend l'avance avec 1 kilomètre à faire. That's 10 laps done, 5 to go. We're 2 kilometers in. And once again, we're maybe picking the pace off a little bit. Maybe Florence Caron's picking it up, Anna Carruthers a tiny bit, but we're still on 9:50 pace. Expect a fast last few laps here. Carruthers looking strong with 800 meters to go. They crossed that 2,200 meter mark at about 7:10. Caron doesn't seem to want to concede the lead, whereas Carruthers looking hungry on her shoulder, looking to pounce here. And there she is, Carruthers taking the lead and now cutting into that inside lane, the Western Mustang. Now starting to control this race. Erickson of UVic is on her shoulder there, the Can West bronze medalist, also gold in the 15, so you know that she has some speed. I would look out for Jennifer Erickson of UVic just on the outside of Carruthers. Meanwhile, Coots of Western refusing to be let go, and I'm very surprised at this, but Jessie Lacourse is not in that top 5. She's struggling near the back. You must think that that 1 kilometer took a lot out of her legs, but meanwhile, Carruthers pushing on. Jenna McFadden keeping that 3rd place, battling with Coots. Florence Caron en 5e position, essaye de rester dans le top 5 en même temps. Carruthers keeps pushing on, and we see Coots looking to make it a Western 1-2. She's still near the front. We have 2 laps to go, 400 meters. I'm liking how the Mustangs are controlling this race. Erickson does not want to let them go, and now you're going to start seeing a kick here. Look at Jenna McFadden. Gets into lane 3 to take the lead, and immediately you hear the crowd grow louder, cheering on. McFadden, the local athlete of the Huskies, now injecting some pace into this race as they get into the last lap, but Erickson not wanting to let her go. Erickson, the 1500 meter Can West champion, has some finish in her, and Sophie Coots also making it a 3-horse race, but McFadden, who's led for most of this race, does not want to let it go. She stays on the inside with 100 meters to go, but here goes Erickson. Had to settle for bronze at Can West. Now giving everything she has as she gets to that final stretch. Erickson of UVic. It was Brenda Shackleton years ago, and now it's Erickson taking that win in a kick finish, hugging her teammate right away. And that's a Can West victory, a UVic victory for Erickson, who waited to kick at the right time and made it happen.
Warms my heart to see Jenna McFadden put on quite the performance, her very first U Sport Championship, and leaves with a bronze medal. An incredible performance.
It was a gutsy race by her, you know, led for a whole lot of it. And it's tough to lead when you know you have so many laps to go. And she set the pace, you know, have to commend her for really going for it. But I think at the end, it's just a 1500 meter runner like Erickson just had more of a kick left.
And there you have it. Your podium finish for the women's 3,000 meter run. Jennifer Erickson of the Victoria Vikes claiming that gold medal, followed by Sophie Coots of the Western Mustangs, that silver medal position, and claiming her very first championship medal, Jenna McFadden of the Saskatchewan Huskies.
Hey, what a battle for that silver medal. 1600ths of a second separated them, Coots and McFadden. Florence Caron, Université Laval, qui rate le podium d'une seconde et demie. What a race, these 3000s. Next up, we'll have the men in 10 minutes time.
And the men's heptathlon, the pole vault has concluded. And it looks like Cameron Bruce still in the lead, 4,425 points after the pole vault.
Wow.
In the silver medal position, Jared Hendricks Polak of the Western Mustangs. He's trailing behind by 15 points. And in the bronze medal position, Max Spicer from the Manitoba Bisons, 4,321 points. He trails behind the gold medal position by 104 points. So this 1,000 meter will be important for these men, especially for Cameron Bruce and Jared Hendricks Polak. 15 points separating them. The 1,000 meter will likely determine who our podium finishers will be. That
15 points.
15 points is not much.
No. What does that equal? Like a fraction of a second. We'll bring it to the calculators, but absolutely not much. Not much. We don't yet have a time confirmed for the Heptathlon's 1,000 meter. It always depends on a lot of things, and so it's hard to add it to the schedule before all the other events have concluded. So I'm guessing now they'll calibrate it based on the end time of that pole vault competition. We'll see it happen a bit later tonight.
In lane 1, wearing hip number 1 from the University of McGill, Matthew Bode. Wearing hip number 2 from McMaster, second at OU base, Dylan Alex. Wearing hip number 3 from the University of Victoria, second at Can West, Daniel Damien. Wearing hip number 4, he's second at OU West from St. Francis Xavier, Jacob Benoit. Wearing hip number 5 from the University of Victoria, Can West gold medalist Anton Cooper. Wearing hip number 6 from the University of Guelph, Nicholas Bannon. Numéro 7 de Munich du Sherbrooke. Médaille d'argent au Conference Québec, Félix Guénion. Wearing hip number 8 from McMaster, Sam Newsletter. Wearing hip number 10 from St. Mary's, his first at AUS, Andrew Purvell. Wearing hip number 11 from McMaster. He was bronze at last year's championships in this event, Andrew Davies. Wearing hip number 12, OUA's gold medalist from McMaster, Alex Grover. And running out the field, also from McMaster, he's a World Cross Country team member, Max Turek.
On your marks.
We have 5 McMaster Marauders as huge team points if able to do well. At their conference meet, they had a streak going 1, 2, 3. Can they do it here at U Sports? Although the Victoria Fire Club, there's only 2 of them there from they would want to
And we are back. The 3,000 meters. Astrid just called me out for being very giddy. She says, you have so much time to be excited. There are 15 laps, but 15 exciting laps. Who's leading? Andrew Peveril. He has a burgundy singlet, but don't confuse him for the McMaster Marauders, the several Marauders in this field. Andrew Peveril runs for the St. Mary's Huskies. We have 2 Huskies. Peveril, we call him the Sackville Sensation. I think that's trademarked by Evan Eubene, who we now know is not tracky. I don't think I'm revealing anything here. Peveril leading and crosses that 400-meter mark in around 66 seconds, which is 8:15 pace. Actually quite manageable for many of the athletes in this field. Now, one of the main stories of the 3,000 meters this year is that it is loaded with McMaster Marauders who can all win. For example, here's Alex Drover. He's leading right now. He's actually the top seed, has run 7:56.01. In fact, 3 athletes in this field have subbed 8 minutes this year. That's quite unusual. Drover was the OUA gold medalist. No stranger to this distance. So he thought he would inject a bit of pace, relieve Peveril of his pacing duties. Running in third is Mathieu Baudet of McGill. Baudet, who was named the RSEQ Athlete of the Year. Also has a seat time of 7:59. So our 3 leaders right now, the 3 athletes who have subbed that 8-minute barrier. And running in fourth, we see a slightly taller figure of Max Turek, also a Marauder, the 2022 U Sports Cross Country Champion. Turek, who's a mechatronics engineering student, which sounds incredibly smart. I couldn't tell you what that is.
That sounds super fun. I don't know what that is.
He's running comfortably in 4th place. And here's the first kilometer split, about 2:46. So just for reference, they're racing at around an 8:17, 8:18 pace. Every single one of these runners has run faster than 8:18. So even though they're running long and staggered like that, like a train, which usually indicates a really fast pace, all of these men can pick it up. And so you can expect some changes of pace. Andrew Peveril has really hit his stride in the last year. He became Canada Games champion last summer. Peveril has a pretty unusual story. He is from Sackville, which is in Nova Scotia. He chose to train and stay at St. Mary's University. By the first day that he was there, he was already the fastest athlete on the team, but that didn't really slow his development. He's gotten better every year, training under coach Kevin Heisler. Became one of the top Atlantic Canadian runners in history, and now tries to put his stamp on the U Sports Conference with a gold medal that would really conclude a terrific career for Peveril, the younger of two brothers. His older brother Jonathan also represented St. Mary's in this conference. He runs on Drover's shoulder. Drover himself, quite the journeyman, was a med student at Calgary for a year before going on sabbatical, coming back to McMaster University to do a master's and reunite with his Marauder teammates. He still is leading, looking quite comfortable as they cross the mile mark in just about 4:26. So you can tell that the pace is getting a little bit faster. And Matthew Baudet running in third, an incredible talent, was a hockey player until not that long ago. Discovered running, and a year, 2 years after, became a sub 4-minute miler. So he's got tons of natural speed. He and Peveril, both 1,500 meter runners by trade, are very dangerous when it comes to a final kick. The fifth athlete we haven't mentioned yet is Nick Bannon of Guelph. He qualified with a time of 8:11. And he's the 4th place finisher this year's OUA Championships. And Andrew Davies and Dylan Alec are not to be discounted. They're running in 6th and 7th. And behind them, you see Jacob Benoit of St. FX University. Benoit, who dropped an 8:19 at the AUS Championships and became the 2nd fastest X-Man in St. FX history, behind only, third fastest, behind only Angus Rawling and Eric Gillis. I'm counting them in my head, so there's one extra one. But an 8:19 for Jacob Benoit. He's struggling to stay with that pack of now 7 athletes. Looks like there might be a bit of daylight forming between Davies and Alec, as well as Alex Drover continues to lead. Peveril sitting on his shoulder. Now Peveril is a little reminiscent of Sadie Jane Hickson, running just on the outside, giving himself room if he'd like to kick around Drover. And same thing with Baudet. They're running almost 3 abreast here. And Max Turek running in the inside lane. And as we get to the 2,400 meter mark, 600 meters to go, here's the difference between these athletes. Peveril and Baudet, I would say, are bona fide kickers. Max Turek and Nick Bannon are more distance runners. Drover, unknown quantity, really difficult to know. Drover himself messaged me last night and he said Max Turek is getting engaged, which means he's developing husband strength, which is similar to old man strength in terms of running. Old man strength means you have a lot of endurance as you get older. So Drover's not letting Turek get too close, but as he's picking it up here, Mathieu Baudet is going right with him. Andrew Peveril has fallen back a little bit. Drover refuses to concede the lead, staying on the inside, but Baudet tries to put in an extra injection of pace and overtakes him, looks back, and 5 meters automatically form between Baudet and Drover. Nick Bannon running comfortably in 3rd as these men approach the final lap, 7:36 with 200 meters to go for Mathieu Baudet, and he charges ahead. He now has 10 meters on Alex Drover, who now is trying to keep in contact. Nick Bannon of the Griffins kicking hard behind Drover to try to catch him, and now we have 2 meters between each, but Baudet might have gone too quickly, and Drover overtakes him, and so does Bannon. Alex Drover charging towards the finish line in 1st. He will take the win, 8:07, a lightning fast last lap for Alex Drover. Did not give up once he was overtaken and storms back, and the Marauder takes the lead. Isn't that the most exciting thing you've ever seen?
An exciting race indeed, and it seemed like Alex was not fazed by the fact that he was passed just before that bell lap.
Have we converted the sprinter into a distance fan yet?
We may be getting there.
And here on the screen, you see all these Marauders sitting together. They were the cross-country champions this year. Many very quick distance runners, all on the same team, and one of their own takes the win. Meanwhile, I have to feel for Andrew Peveril, who showed a whole lot of spunk early on, but then just didn't quite have the legs to finish it. We'll see him again tomorrow in the 1500.
And right now, in the field, our women doing shot put. Currently now in the first round, our women's shot put. We just saw Janae Shomachuk from the Lethbridge Pronghorns, the gold medalist at these championships in the weight throw. Her first throw, an 11:59, puts her now in fourth. From Toronto, Voke Irajakpour. Her first throw, an 11:54. The women's shot put, weighing 4 kilograms. And a red flag going up there for Alexis Johnson from the Calgary Dinos. The bronze medalist at the CanWest Championships this year. And now the OUA silver medalist this year, Liv Sands. White flag goes up. We'll get a measurement on her first throw. Now that's Emily Good from Brock. She comes in as the OUA gold medalist this year from their conferences. 13:23, her mark coming into this competition. And she comes in as the third farthest seed. But now Jennifer Weber from your Saskatchewan Huskies, she'll take her first throw. Currently seated second. She's the CanWest silver medalist this year, a 4-time CanWest medalist in this event. And a good first throw for Jennifer Weber from your Saskatchewan Huskies. 13:23. That puts her now in that gold medal position. But now Anna McConnell from the Manitoba Bisons, CanWest gold medalist, U-Sport gold medalist. Her first throw, she builds great speed in the circle, utilizes it, launches the shot put, and we'll get a measurement on her first throw.
So the shot put is another one of those events with an Olympian holding the record. Brittany Crew, she competed for York back in 2019, since then become an Olympian. But in this circuit, she tossed for 17.56 meters.
That is a tough mark to beat. Anna McConnell, who is the #1 seed, comes into this competition with a mark of 14.62. It looks like now we're on the start of the second round. Again, with this field event, top 8 will advance and be given 3 additional throws. And right now, Madison McLean of the Windsor Lancers sitting in 7th place. A good second throw, 12.13, puts her now in 5th. And that's Lauren Morris from the Lethbridge Pronghorns. Lauren placing 4th at CanWest this year, and CanWest Rookie of the Year. So she's here at her very first U-Sport Championships. And now in that 8th position, 11.61 for her second throw. This is Brianna Asiyama from Ottawa. That's Megan Morey of the Guelph Griffins. She faults her second throw. And on the field, we also have the men's long jump that has began. They're on their first round of jumps. And now Janae Shomachuk, 2023 U Sport gold medalist in the weight throw. She enters the circle.
Sitting in 10th right now, Shomachuk. Will need about a half meter farther to just get into that next round. So, and that's a foul for her. Clearly more comfortable in the weight throw, but a talented athlete. So we'll see what she can muster in that third round.
Lots happening on the field events right now. Men's long jump on their first rounds. Out in front of us, I do see the women pole vaulters warming up. And over at the awards podium, this is your podium finishes in the men's high jump. And if you remember, Thomas Sanikel-Becker finishing 4th last year at these championships. And he upgrades for a gold medal this year.
He and Aiden Grout having constant battles, rivalry that lasted years. Usually Grout coming out on top. So today was Sanikel-Becker's turn. Grout settles for silver. Solid showing in that high jump competition. Next up in the shot put ring, we have Emily Good. This is 12.67. Her first throw currently ranks her in 4th place, the Brock Badger. That's a foul. She'll stay in 4th for now.
This is Jennifer Weber of the Saskatchewan Huskies. She's currently in that silver medal position. She's not far behind Anna McConnell. It's a good throw there by Jennifer Weber. White flag goes up. We'll get a measurement.
This is your 2-minute warning. And coaches, your 2-minute warning for men for a relay guard. We are in 7:13.
And an improvement there on her second throw. Jennifer Weber throws 13:35. Puts her up in the gold medal position. 4 centimeters ahead of Anna McConnell, who now enters the circle.
McConnell, who's no stranger to the 14 meters. 14:62, her best. Looks like she's happy with that.
A small celebration there by Anna McConnell. We'll get a measurement on that. She did look happy with that throw. And a 14-meter throw would put her back into that gold medal position, but so will a 13.78. She's back in that gold medal position. Her best this year, 14.62. Our women are warming up for their pole vault competition. Women's pole vault starting at 6:45.
I think we're a little late on that one.
We are late on that one, and that would likely be because the heptathlon pole vault went a little later than they expected. But we will see our heptathletes take to the track soon, where they will be running the 1,000, the 7th event, the final event in the heptathlon. That 1,000 will be important.
Yeah, given the closeness between the two top competitors for now, Cameron Bruce and Jared Hendricks Polak, they will be fighting for every second. That's going to be fascinating. Coming up at 7:25.
And now in the circle, Brianna Asiama. We're now in the 3rd round for our women's shot put. This is important for determining our top 8, who will then get another 3 throws.
And while we're waiting for a display of Eric Che's jump, the number 1 seed, University of Huskies, Michael Akintunde is on the runway for his first attempt. He leads the rankings with a best of 7.59 meters. Michael Akintunde's opening jump, 7.35 meters. And that will put him into first place. 7:35 over Jonathan Jacobs, 7:25, and Femi Akinturo, 7.10 meters.
Getting ready to come onto the track is the men's heptathletes. They are getting ready for their last event of the 2-day competition. This will be their last event, the men's 1,000-meter heptathlon. As it stands right now, in first place right now is Cameron Bruce, but he is only 15 points ahead of the second place, Jared Hendricks-Pollack. So it'll be an exciting battle to the finish for these heptathletes after their 2 days of competition. Prochaine épreuve, le 100 mètres masculin de Heptathlon. Première en ordre de l'Université de Montréal, Gabriel Maillet. Wearing hip number 2 from the University of Regina, Logan Fedez. Wearing hip number 3, second overall in points as it stands from Western, Jared Hendricks-Pollack. Wearing hip number 4 from Trinity Western University, Ethan Foster. Wearing hip number 5, your overall points leader coming into this race from the University of Toronto, Cameron Bruce. From the University of Moncton, wearing hip number 6, Max Mazzaroli. Wearing hip number 7 from Western, Emmanuel Deslets. Wearing hip number 8 from Guelph, Noah Damash. Hip number 9 from Western, Ryan Evans. Wearing hip number 10 from the University of Saskatchewan, 6th overall in points, Mason Altrogi. Wearing hip number 11, 4th overall in points from Trinity Western, Brandon Grimaud. 3rd overall in points from the University of Manitoba, Max Spicer. Wearing hip number 13 from the University of Guelph, Caleb Tim. Wearing hip number 15, 5th overall in points from Western, Quinn Cameron. And wearing hip number 15 from yours, University of Saskatchewan Huskies, Jake Neufeld.
On your marks. Stand up. On your marks.
And the men are off in this 1,000 meter to wrap up the heptathlon. Out of the 7 events, all are speed and power, with the last event coming down to their endurance. Pretty fitting for 7 events over 2 days. Who's got the best endurance? Out front currently, it's Mason Altrogi of the Saskatchewan Huskies. We've got a breakaway of our top 2, and then Logan Fedez is currently sitting in 3rd, leading this chase group. Altrogi of the Huskies. And then Quinn Cameron, who's in 5th place currently overall from Western. And Fedez still leading that chase pack from Regina. Altrogi is still leading this thing. He's gonna have 400 meters to run. Very good pace right now. Sub 240 in the cards. Quinn Cameron Bruce moving into 3rd. Still Altrogi out front. He's gonna have 1 to go. Quinn Cameron from Western following. Cameron Bruce from Toronto in 3rd. We've got 60 meters to run. Altrogi out front. Western making a push. It's gonna be Altrogi with a 241, 242. Jared Potlack making a big push. Unofficially, that run from Western's Jared Hendricks Pollock may put him into 1st. He needed to make up only 15 points, and he may have done that in this 1,000. Over 7 events, the winner coming down to the last event.
And we're just beyond halfway in the women's shot put. They've completed 3 rounds. Defending champion
Jared Hendricks Polak near the back for the competition title. And here you see the Mustangs gathering, congratulating Hendricks Polak from all angles. Hendricks-Polak, who was the U Sports bronze medalist back in 2020, but failed to get on the podium since then. This time around finishes third in the 1,000-meter, and just like that becomes your heptathlon champion. The Western Mustang really outdoes himself here. 2:48.61 was his last result. We have a gold medal going to London for Jared Hendricks-Polak.
They don't do it for the likes or for the shares. They do it for the fun of it, for the thrill, for the camaraderie, for the memories. CBC Sports, just because they love it.
It's that moment again, the one you dream of every night. La seule chose qui te préoccupe, c'est la gloire. Le cheminement de la réussite, of pushing yourself further than ever before. But the true glory is in the shadows. Les sacrifices que tu fais, quand toutes les chances sont contre toi. When you can't push one more second, chase the glory. Visez haut.
Sign guy's back. Weird, isn't he? Yep. But he sure knows his quality used vehicles. He's like Google, but signs.
Reconciliation is about acknowledging and understanding our shared histories in Canada so we can move forward together and build communities that are equitable, inclusive, and prosperous for everyone.
The opportunity to go to Nutana and learn how to bead from some Indigenous leaders was phenomenal for me, and it really gave me an appreciation at how difficult it is and the intricacy and the time and the pattern that goes into the beautiful beadwork that they do. Mine definitely was not up to par or near any of that. It's going to take a lot of practice to be able to make even some of the small items that have been made in the past.
It was really awesome to have the Husky student athletes in my classroom at Nutana Collegiate. When they came in, they were very excited to get down to learning. They weren't shy at all.
Yeah, I think the main thing is just thoughtfulness and the patience that goes into beading. I know we learned that the energy that you give off while you're beading is remembered within the beads, so I think it's just a good reminder moving into other areas of your life to hold on to that patience and positivity for the things that we spend a lot of our time on.
Just in terms of the appreciation for the beads, I definitely gained a whole level of appreciation for it. I knew about the beadings from my mom. She works a lot of Indigenous youth back in Regina and does a lot of stuff in the community. So she brought me a bunch growing up, and especially in high school I had a bunch of lanyards. Yeah, just really emphasized when I was working on it, just like the process of it and going into detail. Just like the different beads and just like the warming of the wax. And just, yeah, it's like not just a simple thing you just do in every day. So I guess it gained a lot of knowledge and appreciation for it through this process, and something that hopefully others will understand and will share going forward.
As a coach, it's very important to build your program to include a ton of diversity. That's where learning comes from, that's where teaching comes from. So I think when we get the opportunity to send our athletes into the community to learn something completely new, like the beading experience, I think that's incredibly powerful for not only an individual's growth, but our team growth, our team cohesion, and our ability to accept different viewpoints, learn from different viewpoints, and use those towards our goals.
For me, a lesson that stood out in the beading teachings was patience and having patience with the process. It was very interesting to see how each part of the beading process contributed to the whole at the very end, and I think as student athletes sometimes we get caught up in day-to-day things and how sometimes it can be a grind, a burden, but I think doing these beadings, it really shows that the process, we need to enjoy the process, and we need to enjoy and see the progress that we're having with it.
The university students were really, really determined, and I don't know if it was just they were trying to be in competition because they're athletes, but they were so determined to have a final product to, I guess, within their own hands, bear witness to something that they could make with their own hands.
I think I have a more appreciation for bead making now, because I would see people walking around with beads and I never knew what they were. And so when we got there and I figured out that they were part of Indigenous culture, I thought that was super cool. And so now when I see that, I recognize that and I'm like, okay, no, that's really awesome. And just the time and the effort that goes into making them, thinking of the design that you want to do and the patience that it requires and the energy and the effort that goes into it, I thought that was really cool. And so now I have a newfound appreciation for that.
This beading program was pretty special for our team. We really looked at the opportunity to get our hands on the beads, work with our local community members at Nutana Collegiate, and really just take the opportunity to learn and experience what beading is like. It was a pretty remarkable experience for our athletes, our teams, our coaches, our Husky athletic staff to really come together and share with the Nutana students. I think about the feeling and the connection that I heard about many of them coming together, how they said they didn't think that it would be as impactful on them, as emotional, as much of an experience that they would really think and reflect about. And that's really what fills me with a sense of pride with this program, because it was a new initiative, it was a new opportunity, and everyone really jumped right into the deep end.
The Husky athletes, administration, and coaches that got an opportunity to participate in this program have had nothing but positive responses. We were grateful for the opportunity to learn from Candace and her husband the teachings that went into lanyard making. We were also grateful for the opportunity to work with students from Newtown Collegiate and learn and listen to their stories as well.
We embarked on this initiative together to support economic reconciliation and our commitment to call to action number 92, number 87 as it relates to sport. It is our obligation to ensure that Indigenous inclusion is a priority for all events, so we were honored to be the presenting and reconciliation sponsor for this event.
And we're back on the track. This is your women's 300 final, the first section, timed finals.
And one of two. And we just saw Jacqueline Madogo take the win here. 38.71 was her time, and that's her bid for the medals. Now we'll remind you that the 300 meters is a 2-heat timed final, which means the top 3 times out of those 2 heats are your medalists. Doesn't matter where they come from. So in this next heat, which comprises the 4 top athletes from the heats, you will probably have your 3 medalists from there, but if 3 athletes do not surpass Jacqueline Madogo's 38.71, she'll be on the podium. So she's your front runner right now. Next heat, we have some ridiculously fast athletes, including Zoe Sherrar, who this year has already run faster than the U Sports record. And so we're going to be looking for a 37 low performance from the Guelph Griffin here.
That's right, the record as it stands right now for U Sport, 37.35, set in 2005 by Adrian Power, competing for Dalhousie.
A few athletes have a really good chance. So Sherrar being the front runner, but also let's not count out Audrey Jackson of Université de Montréal. She's already run 37.99 this year. She's the RSEQ gold medalist. She's going to be in lane number 6. Audrey Jackson, étudiante en médecine de l'Université de Montréal, originairement de Châteauguay, la championne québécoise. Son meilleur chrono de l'année, 37.99, quand même rapproché du record d'Adrian Power de l'Université de Dalhousie de 37.35. So Audrey Jackson, Zoe Sherrar, your 2 front runners, but also let's not count out our Huskies in this heat as well. Kendra Farmer, 2-time Can West gold medalist in the 300 and 600, absolute stud. Then her teammate Paige Willems has run 38.09, Can West silver medalist. So 4 strong athletes here lining up. Now, Astrid, have you done many 300s in your day?
There was one time I ran a timed 300 with my training partner. She beat me by 100th of a second.
Oh no, oh no. Is this training partner in this race?
She is not. That would have been Lauren Taylor. If you're watching, Lauren, shout out to you. Your women's 300 final.
And they're off. It's a clean start. Audrey Jackson in the outer heat running upright. Now they're giving it everything they had. You saw them maybe restraining a little bit in that heat earlier today. But Zoe Sherrar and Audrey Jackson are really letting it rip here on the track. Sherrar trying to overtake Jackson, and Farmer coming in behind her. With one straightaway to go, Adrian Power's record is shaking in its boots as Zoe Sherrar approaches that line just over the 37-second mark. We're going to be close from that U Sports record. I think 37:35. She'll be right around that ballpark, and another gold medal for the Guelph Griffin.
An incredible run here by Zoe Sherrar. She's a 4-time OUA gold medalist in this event, 3-time U Sport gold medalist, and now earning her 4th gold medal in this event.
Wow, and despite racing against incredibly fast athletes here, Sherrar really demarked herself in 37:64. So that record lives on an extra year. But nonetheless, what a great run by Zoe Sherrar. She gets on the podium. And now let's remember Jacqueline Madogo's time. Madogo's time of 38:63. Oh, and we have some drama here. No, disregard. 38:63 is Audrey Jackson's time, so the top 3 athletes actually do come from this heat. Sherrar gold, Farmer silver, and Jackson bronze. Madogo 38.71, just misses out on the podium by 0.08 of a second.
Up next on the track, we'll have the men's 300-meter final. 2 sections for this.
And on the field, if you're watching the field stream, here's Owen McNeil of the Windsor Lancers getting the clap going. Feel a certain kinship towards McNeil. He's a fellow Prince Edward Islander from Eastern PEI, a long jumper who decided to take his athletics career to Ontario. Since then has developed into a terrific jumper here. He has a smile on his face in this one. McNeil, who's currently in 10th. This competition will likely look to eclipse that 7-meter mark and climb the standings. We'll see what that jump totals to. That was 6.82 for McNeil. 9th place.
And this is section 1 of your men's 300-meter final. In lane 3, Devin Zakotski, Calgary Dinos. In lane 4, Shen Arnett, Trinity Western. In lane 5, Kai Spierenberg, Calgary Dinos. And lane 6, Alex Collins, Western Mustangs.
And they're off here. Spierenberg of the Dinos off to a strong start, but Alex Collins of the Mustangs benefiting from that lighter turn angle. Here they make their last round of the track. Don't count out Shen Arnett of Trinity Western, but now I think it's becoming clear that Kai Spierenberg is going to win this heat in a time similar to his preliminary time, just over 34 seconds. Usually the 34s are not enough to get you a medal. We'll see if this year is any different with the departure of Saskatchewan's Carson Leonard and Alberta's Austin Cole.
And Carson Leonard is in the building tonight. He's here to support the Saskatchewan Huskies.
Well, 34-69 for Kai Spierenberg. If this year is like the others, it likely won't be enough to land on the podium. Again, these are timed finals, so podium finishers can come from the first or the second heat. Shenner Net 35 flat, and Alex Collins, Western Mustangs, 35-18. This might be a challenging track for the 300, do you think?
I do believe it is a challenging track for the 300. Again, anyone who's ran here at the Saskatoon Fieldhouse, a long straight, tight corners, and these athletes are running at 100%. So that does make it more difficult on the corners. Anyone who watched the 4x200 preliminaries may have noticed that some of these men have to venture out as far as lane 2, sometimes lane 3, just to be able to clear that corner.
And we're going to see the fastest moving 300-meter athletes in this next heat. Supposedly our fastest 4 from the qualifying rounds. On your screen, you see Marcus Penaloza Abanqua of the Guelph Griffins. He's practicing a start in lane number 6. Penaloza, who started his U Sports career with the Windsor Lancers, later on transferred to the Guelph Griffins. Here he'll be running alongside his teammate, Daniel Harper, fifth-year student athlete. We'll also have Emmett Bravakis, last year's champion. This is a star-studded heat.
On the long jump runway right now, Eric Che, Toronto Varsity Blues. He's currently ranked in 3rd. His best jump is 7:24. He's looking to improve on that mark. But now on the track, the final section for our men's 300.
So here we are, heat number 2. Marcus Penaloza Abanqua, Guelph Griffins in that lane number 6. His teammate, Daniel Harper, the fifth-year biomedical engineering student from Brampton, competing for Guelph. He'll be in lane number 5. In lane 4, your defending champion of the University of Toronto, your OUA champion rather, Emmett Bravakis, computer engineering student from Kingston, won OUA gold. And then on the inside, Tyler Cox-Yestro of the Manitoba Bisons. And they're all ordered to stand up.
A lot of excitement at the men's long jump. Likely the reason why they will reset for this final section of the men's 300 meter.
and they're off. This is heat number 2, the fastest of both sections of the men's 300-meter final. Marcus Penaloza Abankwa on the outside running strong, and Daniel Harper, his teammate, looking to make it a Guelph Griffin 1-2. But Emmett Bravakis will look to close the gap in that last bend, but Daniel Harper doesn't seem like he's going to concede much. As they get towards the finish line, it's going to be Daniel Harper followed by Bravakis, Cox Yestro, and Penaloza Abankwa in a dead heat for third. Now 34.69 was Kai Spierenberg's time from the previous heat. If 3 men don't beat that mark, Spierenberg will find himself on the podium here.
And officially the time we're seeing at the bottom, 34.12, but we'll see how that changes, and it has a little bit, 34.15 for Daniel Harper. He will be your gold medalist in the men's 300 meter.
Great run by Harper all around. I think at 300 it's almost too short to have strategy. You almost just have to go for it. Harper might correct me, I don't know. When you ran that 1-300, was there strategy or was that just go?
The strategy for the 300 is to go all out. Take it out from the start. There may be a moment rounding that first corner where you may be able to be in cruise, but coming into that last corner, you definitely will be feeling the lactic. You'll be tired. It's gonna hurt regardless. Take it all out.
So that was Harper's strategy, I suppose. Just put your head down and go. 34.15. Emmett Bravakis, the OUA champion, finishes second. 34.38. Marcus Penaloza Abankwa, also Griffin, finishes third. So Guelph, Toronto Guelph, an OUA sweep for the men's 300 meters. Now we're at a point where we can start keeping an eye on these total team scores, right? On the men's side and then on the women's side, there's also an aggregate team score. When you win medals and you place, you get points for your team. And so right now we're looking at the Guelph Griffins on the men's side leading, but it's not a runaway. They have 44 team points. Keep in mind this race hasn't been tabulated yet, so that'll be more points for the Griffins. The Toronto Varsity Blues as a team are second on the men's side, 24.5 points, about 20 points behind Guelph. And then Manitoba Bisons and the McMaster Marauders are actually tied for third with 21 points. So that's the men's side. Guelph almost doubles second, third place, but it's early and there's time to catch up. Let's look at the women's side. Ooh, it's a little bit more lopsided on the women's side. Guelph has 81 points to lead Laval Rougeard second place, 30 points, and then Western third with 28 after 8 of 17 events scored. So on both sides, the Griffins dominating. Can't say that's a surprise. The women's team has won the last 3 U Sports Championships and the men's team the last 5.
That's a very impressive scorecard. The Guelph Griffins are looking to secure another team championship, both on the men and women's side. And right now on the track, or rather on the field, our men's long jump competition. They're in their 4th round, the start of the 4th round. Currently in the lead, Jonathan Jacob from the Guelph Griffins. His best jump coming out of the 3rd round, 7:54. Following close behind, Michael Akintunde from your Saskatchewan Huskies, 7:36. And Eric Che, the defending champion, in the bronze medal position right now. His best jump coming from the 2nd round, 7:24. this is Cameron Lockyer from Trinity Weston. That's his 4th jump in this competition. He's currently in 6th place. That jump marked as a foul. Femi Akinduro from Toronto. He is a triple jumper as well. We'll see him in that later this weekend. OUA gold medalist in the triple. He's currently in 5th, looking for some help from the crowd.
Doesn't seem too happy with that. Akinduro, season's best was 7:09 and then beat that twice already. I wonder if Eric Che can get a little bit more out of his jumps and try to repeat as national champion. One of 2 Toronto Varsity Blues making it into that top 8. We'll see him here.
Again, some excellent jumpers coming from Toronto. Eric Che currently in the bronze medal position. And his teammate Femi Akinduro in 5th. On the track, it looks like we're setting up for the women's 4x800 relay.
The 4x800 meter relay. If you thought 4x2 was chaos, wait until you see this. Fewer falls, but a lot more bodies on the track.
Right now, on the long jump runway, Michael Akintunde of the Saskatchewan Huskies. Now, Michael does have a remarkable story. Last year, hyperextending his knee at a long jump practice just weeks before the Can West Championships. Tore his ACL, PCL, ACL.
Oh my God.
He tore all of the CLs.
All the CLs.
And had to have surgery. He actually was not expecting to be competing this indoor season, but has made a remarkable recovery.
Wow.
And he's here at the championships. He came in as your #1 seed. A Husky record jump 2 weekends ago at the conferences, 7:59. This is his 4th jump. That did look like a foul jump, but he did look like he's in good form.
So a year ago, he tore all those ligaments in his knee, and he's back.
All of the ligaments in his knee.
That's unbelievable.
Ligaments, muscles, whatever is in the knee.
Wow.
He did show me his medical report, and it's probably the longest one I've ever seen.
Oh, no. Okay, that's probably the right call. So the 4x8 just began, and the athlete from the University of Windsor, that's Cameron Williams, fell. They can do that in a long race. After just 5 seconds of gun time, you can easily call it back. And so I think Williams will be grateful. So will her teammates at Windsor. And all the athletes will get another try to stay on their feet.
So the reset now for the women's 4x800 relay.
And this is a massive one, Astrid. 13 teams, all in the one heat. Let's list them. We have St. FX wearing hip number 1. We have the Windsor Lancers wearing hip number 2. Then Queens Gales, Dalhousie Tigers, McMaster Marauders, the Caravane Montreal, Manitoba Bisons, Western Mustangs, Saskatchewan Huskies, Alberta Golden Bears. Actually, they're the Pandas in this particular race. The Guelph Griffins, and the Rouge et Or de Laval. This is a stacked and packed field, 4x8. Just based on seat times, we can expect Laval and Guelph to contend for gold here. And that's what we're seeing right now. Guelph leading, Laval on their shoulder. You see this being contested more as a distance race than the other relays. In total covering 3,200 meters. In fact, the 4x8 is technically the longest race of the weekend.
That's right. We'll have 4 laps of the track, 4 runners.
Quick maths, 52 runners take part in this event. Laval right now looking strong in the front. That's Boudreau from Laval. Now Western trying to overtake Guelph, but Guelph doesn't want to concede that inside. Looks like 3 athletes trying to separate from that pack. But it's pretty tight here. Western now in the lead, Guelph second, Laval third. Here we go. For the first pass, Guelph will be first to pass the baton. I think that's Cameron Norman, the second runner from Guelph. There she goes in the lead, has the luxury of not clanging on other legs here. Has a bit of space. Laval trying to reel Ormond in. McMaster running in third, Western in fourth, and all of a sudden, we're starting to see something resembling a pack, at least for the chasers. Ormond still maintaining that lead, but Laval is working hard to close that gap. That's 500 meters for Ormond. She'll have 1 more lap to go, and she's managed to carve herself a slightly bigger lead in this last 100 meters, though McMaster is now chasing hard in second, Western running in third, Laval fading a little bit, but Cameron Ormond, usually you run an 800, you go way faster off the start, but she seems to have run a very steady leg here. Not much deceleration. That's impressive from Ormond. We've already seen her today in the 1,000 meters. I think we'll see her tomorrow in the 15 as well. Here, she gives her team a solid 25-meter lead, maybe 30 meters. What a last lap here from Cameron Ormond. As soon as she passes the baton, the third runner will have a good 10-second advantage at this point. Maybe more like 5. And here she passes it. I believe that might be Nina Whitford taking the baton. Third leg for Guelph, and now they're the only team we see on the screen. Strategy for an 800 meters. probably go out quite hard. Don't be afraid of the positive split. I think that's what Whitford is doing. She's not looking back. She's not playing around with the idea that they're in the lead and she can let up. They might be chasing a record here, in fact.
The Guelph Griffins running well here in the 4x800 relay.
The U Sports record might be within reach, though it's a strong one. Established by University of Toronto, 2015, Rachel Jewett, Honor Walmsley, Sasha Golish, and Gabriella Stafford. Those are some names. We recognize those names.
Those are big names in Canadian track.
Gabriella Stafford, of course, went on to finish 5th at the Tokyo Olympics in the 1500 meters. One of the fastest 1500 meter runners in world history with a 3:56. And Sasha Golish, an athlete of incredible range. I think at this point she's the world record holder in the women's mile 40 plus. So let's see if Guelph can give them a run for their money. Now they have a bit less than a kilometer to go. It will be difficult, I think, to challenge that 8:32 mark, but Whitford's doing what she can. Meanwhile, Laval has closed the gap in the back. Guelph is still enjoying a, let's call it a, what would you say, 40 meter lead?
About 40 meters, yeah. And it looks like they'll be handing off here.
And here's Sadie Jane Hickson, already her 3rd race of the weekend. She looked strong and composed in the 600 meter heats, finishing 2nd very comfortably without barely even wincing. And then in the 1,000 meters, defended her title, winning the gold medal. And so she looks to be in great form this weekend. And also an athlete of that experience has developed, like someone like Sadie's developed some poise at these championships. I wouldn't be worried at all about this 4x8. She just knows what her job is. There's no fretting, there are no nerves. Just run at this pace and no one will catch you. Don't look back. Don't try any tactics. It's simple. Although I think now we have her answer about this record. She would need to close in a 54-second 400. I don't think that's happening. So looks like the U of T squad will hold on to that record for at least one more year.
Sadie Jane Hickson, the bell lap.
And there's a good finishing lap by Hickson. Here I wouldn't be surprised if she let up a little bit. That's a clear win by the Griffins. Hickson will be back tomorrow in the 600 meter finals. So her workload is not done. But here's another highlight for her. She brings the baton home for her team, and the Griffins finish it off in 8:48. Solid run. And that's another gold medal.
A gold medal and valuable points for the Guelph Griffins.
On the field side of things, we just saw Bryn Walsh of the Toronto Varsity Blues.
The women's pole vault currently at 3:53, and this is Leiden Chartier. Previously competing for the University of Saskatchewan Huskies, now with the Calgary Dinos. She's the CanWest gold medalist this year. Doesn't quite make it over the bar here. That was her second miss, so she will have one more attempt at this height.
So, official results for the 4x800 meter relay: Guelph Griffins 8:48.10, Alberta Golden Bears Panda second 8:52.17, and third bronze medal are the Western Mustangs 8:53.50. So that's your podium: Guelph, Alberta, Western. Rouge et Or d'Université Laval tombe à la 4e place après avoir mené au début de la course 8:55 pour eux. Dalhousie Tigers, 5th, 8:56. Et les Caramels de Montréal en 6e position avec un chrono de 9:01. So that was your 4x800 meter relay. We're now going to see the men's version of that. Yesterday, while heading to the track, I ran into University of Windsor coach Jordan Collison, and he told me that the 4x800 meter relay this year for the men is particularly tight and close, at about 8 or 9 teams, including, 11 teams are separated by only 6 seconds, which is amazing when you think about it for that long of a race. And it'll make it exciting. It's difficult to pick a favorite. Usually the times, the U Sports times, the 4x8 are quite variant from the seed times. Because sometimes it's not even the same athletes who are racing. Sometimes athletes are hurt, sometimes they're tired. Sometimes these teams save their top athletes for this championship. So a team that could be seated at 7:40 ends up running a 7:25. So it's even looking at the seed times, it's still a mixed bag.
And for the men's 4x800, Manitoba is coming in as the #1 seed time. It looks like on their team, it will include Tristan Allen, one of the 600 meter runners who was unable to qualify after a fall. University of Saskatchewan coming in second, or seated second. And then Guelph to follow. Also part of that Guelph team, it looks like Alonzo Ryan, also unable to qualify in the 600 from that fall, will be running in this relay. So expect to see those two runners giving it their all. They'll have some fire in their bellies.
Yeah.
They're trying to make it to the podium.
Yeah. Some unused energy in the legs. On the pole vault side of things, Bryn Walsh of the University of Toronto. She was actually on my flight here when she asked me, "Are you going to U Sports?" I said, "I'm the announcer. Do you have a fun fact for me?" She said, no, she did not. So this would be the time where I could say my fun fact about Bryn. I'm sure she has some, but we were very rushed.
Bryn has no fun facts to share, but she's not a boring person.
A little more time. It's actually so hard. Someone asks you, what's a fun fact about yourself? Like, do it right now. What's a fun fact about you? Do you have one? I don't have one.
It's hard to think of something on the spot.
Right?
Yeah, that is a tough question.
It's very tough.
You put Bryn on the spot.
Exactly. So if her close ones are watching, maybe they can send us Bryn's fun fact. Now her teammate preparing to follow up here in the pole vault.
An update from the men's long jump. Michael Akintunde jumping 762, putting himself in that gold medal position, a personal best.
Wow.
A new Husky record. The comeback for Michael Akintunde is incredible.
Wow. What a story arc for Akintunde, 762.
An incredible jump in his final round, the 6th round.
And only Jonathan Jacob will be left jumping. We'll update you on those scores, but here we have heat 1 of 2 of the men's 4x800 meter relay. See, the men, they got to at least separate the heats, whereas the women were in pretty tight. Heat 1 of 2 is Western, McGill, and University of Victoria. Chances are your winner will come from Heat 2 as the 11 fastest seeded teams will be racing in that next heat. But again, timed finals. So nothing is ever off the table.
This is Phoebe Skip of the Western Mustangs. She clears 363.
Now in this 4x8, Fox of Western is maintaining the Mustangs' lead over the Vikes and the Redbirds.
And over at the men's long jump, Jonathan Jacob of the Guelph Griffins, he was in first place. Michael Akintunde in his last jump, stealing the gold medal position. He will now respond. Fonseca from Trinity Western. Anna, the Can West silver medalist this year.
Linton Lamb on the pole vault, getting ready to jump, and on the track, Western still leading that 4x8. competition might go on for another while. The U Sports record is 4:25. Many of these athletes have flirted with that 4-meter mark, and even a few have eclipsed it. Jennifer Elizarov of Guelph and Mia Rodney, also of Guelph, have gone 4:10 and 4:13. Right now we're at 3:63, so we might see at least, I'm guessing we'll see at least 3 or 4 more rounds here. But this 3:63 height is giving some athletes trouble already. Eric Orling, who we saw in the 1,000 meters, was doing everything he could to stay with the leaders, and now running completely by himself. The men's 4x8. For the Western Mustangs, it's a race against the clock. Their time will count against those other ones from the next heat. Final lap, this 4x8 Mustangs will likely come somewhere close to their seat time of 7:38. There it is, about 7:38, nearly on the dot for the Western Mustangs.
And now Bryn Walsh for the Toronto Varsity Blues. She will prepare to do her second attempt at 3:63. And she does clear the bar. She joins 4 other competitors who have also cleared 3:63.
Now on the track, we see a flock of men heading towards the start line. This is going to be heat 2 of 2 of the 4x800 meter final. 11 teams, all seated between 7:31 and 7:38. We're expecting a very close finish here. But the question remains, can any team get close to that U Sports record held by none other than the Windsor Lancers of 2014, Paul Lamara, Taylor MacArthur, Corey Belmore, and Alex Ullman, 7:27.94. That's the record. It's an average of slightly faster than 1:52 per leg. There are athletes here who can run 1:52. There are actually quite a few. What's difficult is to put 4 of them on a team. That's an incredible level of depth that will be hard to replicate. Jonathan Rioux of the Windsor Lancers, trying to hold that legacy. Keep Windsor relevant in this 4x800 meter conversation. Rioux had a bit of a breakout year, running 8:18 over 3,000 meters. He's second from left. So let's list off our teams here. We have 11. Montreal, Windsor, Alberta, New Brunswick, Dalhousie, Regina, Sherbrooke, Saskatchewan, Guelph, and Manitoba. To start it off, Zachary James of the Dalhousie Tigers is leading, and almost lost his footing there. Little scuffle with Brock McKenzie of the Guelph Griffins. The two of them have a blazing start to the 800, nearly a 26-second split. Now, they surely won't hold that, but kudos to both of them for injecting some pace here. And Manitoba and Alberta struggling to find their position in the back here, but luckily everyone stays on their feet, with Dalhousie still in that inside lane, and Brock McKenzie taking that lead. Saskatchewan tucking in behind McKenzie. McKenzie, I remember, was being recruited by University of Windsor when I was there, and he was a hockey player, and he was trying to decide between hockey and track and field.
And it appears he landed on track. And as a member of this 4x800 team for the Guelph Griffins,
now there's UNB's Ben Parrott running in third, decorated with some kin tape on his right shoulder, but now looking to overtake Saskatchewan, and together they both overtake Guelph here. Saskatchewan and UNB running 1-2. Oh, in catastrophe. Manitoba hits the ground. Difficult leg for Manitoba. Meanwhile, in the front, Sask and UNB are untouched. Deck and Kari running 1-2. Kari, I believe, a second-year athlete, if I'm not mistaken, so young runner in second. But Saskatchewan, the local team, now running near the front. Adam Schmidt of Guelph running in third, trying to reel in the other two, and he's slowly doing so. But Deck of Saskatchewan looking comfortable here. Astrid, will this be a win for the home team?
there will be a lot of home support coming towards the Saskatchewan Huskies. This is the home of the Huskies, and Caden Deck looking strong.
Deck here leading Mohan Zine Kalaf of Montreal's running in second. But remember, a 4x800 meters, there's a lot of track to cover still.
And I
Two more legs.
Yeah, so we're still approaching the bell lap here.
In fourth, you see Dan Rosen, the Dalhousie Tigers. So trying to keep the AUS in this race as UNB dropped way back. Adam Schmidt of Guelph now taking that lead. Braden Maitofer of Regina following. Regina came out of nowhere here. And same Dan Rosen of Dalhousie running strong in third. So midway through, Adam Schmidt passes it to Alonzo Ryan, a terrific runner who just didn't get the chance to show his skill yesterday when he fell to the ground in the 600 meters. So he's running on fresh legs, ripping a page from the book of Alec Purnell and wearing that zip-down speed suit. Alonzo Ryan holding that lead for the Griffins.
Wow, this really is a tight race. It still is anybody's for the taking.
And notice Hudson Grimshaw Surratt in third place. You might not recognize him with his shorter hair. He's been at many of these competitions with trademarked long hair, and now he's settled for the half cut. And now Alonzo Ryan leading Regina. It's slowly becoming a two-horse race as Grimshaw Surratt fades back. And Podbielski of Regina doing a good job not letting Ryan run away with this. Now you see Guelph trying to mimic Saskatchewan and having their own cheer corner. Ryan now opening up a little bit of real estate between he and Regina, while Montreal's Zin Kalaf overtakes Regina and now charges for Ryan as they pass the baton. Alec Purnell versus Yasin Aber. So Purnell, the 1500-meter specialist, Aber, the top-seeded 600-meter runner. They're meeting in the middle, 800. This is going to be a great race between the two. Each team has saved their strongest runner for last. And Aber takes the lead here. Purnell is working hard to keep pace, but now it's a group of 5. Regina has done a good job at reeling them in. Aidan Goslet, the 1000-meter specialist from Dalhousie, running abreast with Regina. And Manitoba, despite the earlier fall, is still in this race somehow. See members of Les Carabins on the outside cheering on Aber. Aber running on the outside of that inside lane, making it difficult for Purnell to overtake him. Purnell has a tremendous kick, however, and it wouldn't be uncommon to see him wait until that last 100 meters to overtake his rival. But it's not just a two-horse race. Allen in third for Manitoba is looking very strong. Regina in fourth, and Dalhousie in 5. Goslet refuses to lose pace with this pack. So there are 5 men, but Yasin Aber trying to turn the screw once more.
That's Tristan Allen from the Manitoba Bisons.
Allen giving it one last go, but here's Aber going to win it pour les Carabins de Montréal. Yasin Aber, champion avec son équipe montréalaise. Les champions de la conférence québécoise maintenant, champions nationaux. Avec un chrono, on pense 7:32, il paraît. Et quelle victoire et quelle prestation de l'équipe montréalaise qui n'ont pas pu mener jusqu'au dernier tour. Yasin Aber, il rapporte la victoire à Montréal. What a roller coaster that was.
It was a close race throughout, but the gold medal going to Montreal.
They were seated not even in the top 4. They were seated 5th. But again, that's how we can never really trust the seed. So 7:34.50. 7:34.50 pour les Carabins de Montréal. Ils sont champions. Les Bisons du Manitoba, 2e, 7:35.04. Et les Griffins de Guelph tombent à la 3e position après avoir mené pour la plupart de la course. 7:35.39. So Montreal, Manitoba, and Guelph. Now, if you're on the track stream, know that we'll take a short break on this stream. We'll come back for the medals. Meanwhile, if you're not tired of track and field and you want to see some more, head over to the field stream. We're showing the last field event of the day. It's the women's pole vault, and the competition is heating up. So stay with us.
We're at 3.73 meters in women's pole vault.
They don't do it for the likes or for the shares. They do it for the fun of it, for the thrill, for the camaraderie, for the memories. CBC Sports, just because they love it.
It's that moment again, the one you dream of every night. La seule chose qui te préoccupe, c'est la gloire. Le cheminement de la réussite, of pushing yourself further than ever before. But the true glory is in the shadows. Les sacrifices que tu fais, quand toutes les chances sont contre toi. When you can't push one more second, chase the glory. Visez haut.
Sign guy's back. Weird, isn't he? Yep. But he sure knows his quality used vehicles. He's like Google, but signs.
When you buy a lottery ticket in Saskatchewan, your money really goes a long way. More than 12,000 sport, culture, and recreation groups receive funding from Sask Lotteries every year. With Sask Lotteries, everyone wins.
This season, catch the best in Atlantic University sport excitement at home or on the go with AUS TV. Soccer, rugby, football, volleyball, hockey, basketball, and more. Tune in at AUSTV.ca. All your favorite university teams showcasing their talents in one place. AUS TV, powered by Bell Alliant. They bring it to the court. They bring it to the field. They bring it to the ice. And now they bring it to you. Presented by Subway, the official fuel of Atlantic University sport.
Unbelievable! History has repeated itself!
Get the stories behind the glory. Watch, listen, stream, read CBC Sports.
In women's pole vault, we're at second attempts at this height.
Just lacked some height there.
Sierra Leonard from Saskatoon, actually, competing for the Alberta Pandas. And she should have another attempt at this height.
So as day 2 nearly comes to a close here, only the pole vault left, we can look at our team scores. We start with the men. The Guelph Griffins still in the lead, 74 team points. Toronto Varsity Blues in second place, 42.5. And the Manitoba Bisons in third, 34. On the women's side, Guelph is also leading, 94 points, 41 for Western. They're in second. Laval Rougeard in third with 35. So on both sides, 10 of 17 events scored. When this is over, we'll have 11 women's events tabulated. Now, if you're still on our field stream, we'll be here for a while. If you're wanting to see the medal presentations, you can head over to our track stream for a few of those. Presenting the men's long jump, the women's shot put, eventually the women's pole vault, and the heptathlon.
And at the awards podium, they're presenting the medalists for our men's long jump. That is Michael Akintunde of your Saskatchewan Huskies. Earns the gold medal after having to miss out last season due to an injury, had knee surgery, and a remarkable recovery, and is now your 2023 U Sport gold medalist. Jumped 7.62, a personal best, a new Husky record.
Yeah, what a performance by Akinduro, coming back from such a serious injury and reaching a new height. That is well deserved.
And then that's Jonathan Jacob from the Guelph Griffins, the silver medal, 7.54. Eric Che from the Toronto Varsity Blues, 7.35 for the bronze medal. Congratulations to those men.
So if we could pick one performance of the day,
I think it's going to have to be Michael Akintunde of the Saskatchewan Huskies for me.
Yeah, that's a great story and a great comeback. I think I'll go with Craig Thorne and his 60-meter hurdles.
That's a great one as well.
7:77.
A new U Sport record.
A new U Sport record. He won handily after just missing out on gold last year. I think that might be the performance of the day. Zoe Sherrar very dominant in the 300, but I had a feeling she was going to break that record, and she's just not quite. So.
And also Thomas Senecal-Becker.
Yeah.
Finished 4th last year at these championships, and now you're a gold medalist this year.
One shout out to Jude Wheeler D as well in the 1,000 meter. Wheeler D, who was not even known in the distance world, say 2 years ago, and now comes in and wins the 1,000 meter. I can't wait to see how he stacks up against the rest of the field in the 1,500 tomorrow. diminutive athlete from Kingston who just discovered running watches a year and a half ago.
And a clearance for Mia Rodney from the Guelph Griffins. Clears it with tons of room. And at the awards podium there, the medalists in the women's shot put. That's Liv Sands of the Western Mustangs, earning the bronze medal, 13.54. Jennifer Weber of the Saskatchewan Huskies, 13.75. And then Anna McConnell of the Manitoba Bisons, 14.44. That there was Bryn Walsh from Toronto.
And I think that might have been her third attempt at 3.73, so she will bow out of the competition.
They're now on their third attempts at 3.73. That's Sierra Leonard from the Alberta Pandas. Clear over the bar. An excellent jump by Sierra Leonard. And that's Anna Fonseca, Trinity Western. She clears the bar on her third attempt.
Linton Lamb, the Guelph Griffins, clears this height comfortably.
The bar now moving up to 383 in the women's pole vault.
Alessandra Thronson will lead things off in this round.
Alessandra Thronson, a two-time OUA gold medalist, two-time U-Sport gold medalist. She is the defending champion.
That's a solid clearance from her.
And now on the runway, Sierra Leonard from the Alberta Pandas. She prepares for her first attempt.
Sierra Leonard, the bronze medalist from Can West. Season's best of 379. This time clears 383. And she is happy with that one. That's a massive season's best for her.
Now two ladies over this height.
Fonseca up next.
Doesn't quite make it over the bar, but she will have two more attempts.
Across the track, we see athletes cooling down, preparing for tomorrow, slowly leaving the field house. Day 2 of 3, the U Sports Championships. Is this giving you the jitters to compete?
Yeah, I think so. Not for indoors, but it does make it exciting to compete outdoors. And I know a lot of these athletes will be competing outdoors as well. The new Canadian Track and Field League that started last year, the CTFL, giving a lot of these athletes an opportunity to compete on a team and have contact with a lot of our Canadian Olympians.
It's going to be an exciting year on the outdoor side of things. It's a World Championship year, just like last year. World Champs in Budapest this year, happening in August. Canadian National Championships happen a month before in July. And before then, just a host of national, international track meets, many meets all over Canada, usually starting in April.
And a lot of the athletes here also potentially looking to earn a place on the U20 NACAP team this summer. Or perhaps it's the U23 NACAP team.
Might be U23 for
I think
that one.
it's U23, yeah.
U20 was Worlds last year. I think a few competitors are here. I think of Max Davies of the Guelph Griffins, who competed in the 1500 meters at Worlds U20. He's here now.
That was Ella Foster with the York Lions. A foul on the first attempt, but she will have 2 more attempts, an opportunity for her to make some adjustments.
So if you are following us on the track side of things, that'll conclude our evening with the end of the awards. However, we're sticking around on the field stream as we still have a whole lot of pole vault to cover. But if you were just here for the track, feel free to join us again tomorrow. I'm Alex Sear. My co-host is Astrid Niame. And we will be back on Saturday. And if you're in it for pole vault, stick with us because we're not going anywhere.
U-Sports on CBC, les championnats U-Sport, brought to you in part by, vous êtes présenté par Nike Team, Just Do It, faites-le. Barron, exclusive supplier of U-Sports championship rings. Le fournisseur exclusif des bagues de championnat U-Sport. Fox 40 celebrating a decade of the Fox 40 U-Sports Coach of the Year program. Fier partenaire des prix de l'entraîneur de l'année U-Sport depuis 10 ans. Veriburn, medical supply partner of varsity athletics since 1976. Partenaire de sport universitaire depuis 1979. The Government of Canada. Le gouvernement du Canada. Discover Saskatoon. Let's come together and discover Saskatoon. Ensemble, découvrons Saskatoon. And by Fun. Shop and save for your next car today at fun.com. That's fun with 2 Fs. Magasinez votre prochain véhicule dès aujourd'hui à fun.com. C'est fun avec 2 F.